I. Part B, Be Smart, the Golden Nuggets Practical Exercises, Chapter 8. I. Part B, Be Smart, the Golden Nuggets Practical Exercises, Chapter 8. Benefits of work and the dignity it brings. The Golden Nuggets Practical Exercises. I. Part B, Be Smart, the Golden Nuggets Practical Exercises, Chapter 8. Benefits of work and the dignity it brings. The Golden Nuggets Practical Exercises, Chapter 9. The right environment to bring back dignity to labor. Part A. The physical environment. How can we make our physical environment eco-friendly with dignity of labor? Part B. The intellectual environment. A story to learn from. A. Abiola Eleniran. A story to learn from. B. Ionaliwa Aboyeji. A story to learn from. C. Philip Amigwali. Part C. The spiritual environment. Results of those who practiced solitude. Benefits of going into solitude as a worker. The Golden Nuggets Practical Exercises. Epilogue. References. Introduction. In the first quarter of 2015, a news report went viral of how 700 immigrants drowned in the Mediterranean along the Libyan waters in the process of being smuggled to Europe. A week earlier, about 400 young Africans had lost their lives in the same quest to seek a better life. That brought the total number of deaths under similar circumstances to 1,500 at the end of the quarter of the same year. As big as this number might seem, it could have been worse if not for the Italian rescue operation team that reportedly saved 100,000 young Africans who could have perished under similar circumstances. What is the driving force or reason behind this grave risk these vibrant, energetic and young African men from different countries all over Africa are taking? That might be a question to the Europeans or first world nations, but to us Africans it is an obvious question that demands no answer. Every African hypothetically would understand the reason behind the desperation to cross over to Europe at all cost. But the story does not end there. On the other side of the Atlantic is that great country, the United States of America, that is constantly facing an ongoing battle to secure her borders from another group of yet energetic and vibrant, young illegal immigrants, this time not from Africa, but Latin American countries. Startling, isn't it? If you are concerned about these stories and the ones you may have heard, I guess the next question you may be asking is, what is in these two continents that is driving other nations of the world to their borders? The answer is simple. They are all fed up with having to deal with their uncurbed corrupt nations spawned by the leaders who swore on their lives to protect the rights and well-being of the people. They cannot understand why they have to live in lack and so much stress in the midst of the plenty available in their country. They cannot bear any more having to live in a backward nation without constant electricity, affordable internet supply, poor housing, and lacking other basic amenities. Meanwhile, in these same countries some other people are living large. They all want to escape the life of abject poverty in their underdeveloped nations and move on to a dreamed and superlative lifestyle, as is witnessed in the advanced nations of the world. Well, this looks like a solution, but let's face it, if 1.237 billion Africans, as is available in the current population statistics 2017, Worldometers, and 647,565,336 South Americans, Worldometers, were to scamper into Europe and the USA, both latters' continents' economy and system will run down immediately as a plague does with a plantation. So, this is not a wise idea. It would be logical to turn Africa and South America into the very safe and secure haven as is found in Europe and America. There is not much difference between the advanced nations and the third world countries. The only main difference is A. the application of some effective principles, and once there is the same kind of advancement in civilization, the apparent dichotomy visible in the world today, especially between these continents, would be either drastically reduced or be at an equal level. In this book, I would like to tell you how you can experience this kind of development in your own country regardless of where you are located. Chapter 1. What is development? Woman walks up to a children's community library and meets 3 other women, who have been friends for about 6 years, and a conversation ensues about reading as a top priority in early elementary school years. All children will read with proficiency by the 3rd grade, said one of them, emphasizing what the Ministry of Education had established as a standard. Meanwhile, the other woman who was gathering books reiterated her fears about her daughter. "You know," she began, "Fatik once said to me, 'Mum, I feel with my whole body that I won't learn to read.' I was surprised because all along we have been reading together." "How do you mean?" said the 3rd woman. "Well, it has been an activity we've been doing since she was in my belly. We've read several books together every day of her life. In fact, Connie Bowen's I Believe in Me was her favorite. But now, she just has an increasing anxiety when I say it's time to read." "Well," interrupted the woman who walked in, "it may be because it has been so much a part of your lives that now she feels the importance of reading." The 3rd woman expresses her support by saying, "I suspect that school is pushing hard to make sure children learn to read as fast as possible." "You are not alone, Mama Fatik." The 1st woman drew to her. "A worried mother recently confided in me, saying she had her son going to a tutor all summer because she was told he has to read by the time he starts 1st grade." With this, all the women were quiet and lost in thoughts. This story seems to be elementary to all, but it has the same topic of discourse at which we are faced with development. There is pressure everywhere about the fact that everyone has to develop because it will be evident that growth is taking place. Development seems very easy, but it means different things to different class of people. To the professionals, such as economists, statisticians or public administrators, development is defined in terms of measurements, mathematical calculations, graphs and figures, but to the layman, or the ordinary man on the streets, development is what he or she can see, feel or touch. It is having the ability to experience life in a better way without much struggle. Don't get me wrong, that a nation has an abundance does not mean they are developed. If that were the case, then my nation Nigeria would have been counted as one of the developed countries of the world, so are other major oil exporting countries of the world. Nigeria makes more than $1 billion per day yet is still borrowing and incurring further debt, and to make matters worse, her people are tired of their hardships, and like those on the American slave plantations many decades ago, her people are looking for a better land filled with milk and honey where they wouldn't have to suffer hardship, rejection, segregation and racism. In this wise, though many nations all over the world like Nigeria claim to be developing, there are still evidence that the idea of development isn't seen as their citizens are still under the clutch of poverty. Hence, there is no real difference between developing countries and the so-called underdeveloped countries. Barda Owen, an economics expert and visiting professor in practice at the London School of Economics, England, in an article supporting this idea writes that development must be judged by its impact on people, not only by changes in their income, but more generally in terms of their choices, capabilities and freedoms. We should be concerned about the distribution of these choices, capabilities and freedoms. And we should be concerned about the distribution of these improvements, not just the simple average for a society. Also, Adam Surmai, a professorial fellow at UNU Merit and professor of development economics at the Maastricht Graduate School of Governance of Maastricht University, Netherlands, writes in an article that social scientists have stated that development should not be viewed in terms of economics only. One should also pay attention to changes in family structures, attitudes and mentalities, cultural changes, demographic developments, political changes and nation building, the transformation of rural societies and processes of urbanization. Both experts have made it clear that development is an ongoing process that surpasses how much money a person or nation makes or the industries that spring up every now and then, but about the total value that is added to people who live in a geographical area. This value is seen in the exchange of ideas, quality and passion to advance in every collective unit of the society that forms the nation. It becomes a paradigm that makes that nation exist, survive and thrive. It becomes a collective ideology that removes self, which is the underlying character of greed in almost every human mind, as is witnessed in the third world countries, and is put up as a principle for living and livelihood that benefits all and sundry. The United States today is a first world country not for the name alone, but by practical values that her people live by. They were set by their forefathers and have continued to be values which are ingrained in the children of these men, and till date is what they thrive on. First of all, it was necessary to believe these things could be achieved, that man does not have to simply sit and wait for fate to bestow them or not to bestow them, and that man does have control over his own environment, if he is willing to take it. Other values that have contributed to this record of achievement include an expectation of positive results to come from change, and the acceptance of an ever faster rate of change as normal, the necessity to schedule and plan one's time, the self-help concept, competition, future orientation, action-work orientation, practicality, and materialism. L. Robert Coles. 13-point value system that brings development to Americans. It is not a surprise that their impressive record of scientific and technological achievement is as a natural result of this 13-point value system they uphold, which includes 1. Personal control over their environment. One of the most important factors of being an American, for the most part, is the inability to believe in the power of fate, and they have come to look at people who do as being backward, primitive, or hopelessly naive. To an American, people or nations who wait on fate are termed fatalistic, which means they see these people as being superstitious and lazy, unwilling to take any initiative in bringing about improvement in their environment. 2. Tendency and importance of change. For the most part, many people abhor change, but the average American thinks change is an indisputably good condition. In actual fact, they observe change has been strongly linked to development, improvement, progress, and growth. For many traditional cultures, especially those that have been in existence before them, and of course the third world nations, change is a disruptive, destructive force, to be avoided if at all possible, which is a sharp contrast to the US. 3. Management of time. Time is of utmost importance in America, and to Americans, because they consider time to be the undisputable factor required to accomplish set goals. In fact, it is a philosophy that is upheld everywhere, and they don't like anything either affecting their time or stealing it, for it is what makes them productive. 4. Understanding of equality. To catch Americans in one religion is to put up a claim that all men are equal, and then there will be public submission to that effect. Most Americans believe that God views all humans alike without regard to intelligence, physical condition, or economic status. Outside the church, this belief is understood in the clear notion that all people have an equal opportunity to succeed in life. There may be a variation as to how this is actualized in their society, yet it is held in high regard socially and politically. 5. Pride and protection of their privacy/individualism. Americans are exceptional when it comes to individualism in their thoughts and actions than they are in the real sense of it. You must have heard that most deny being a representative of a homogeneous group, or whatever group for that matter, even though they may, and for sure, belong to groups, but they personally believe they're just a little different and unique from other members of the same group, and so are free to leave as easily as they join them. Likewise, each American strives to have his or her own privacy, a term that connotes a freedom of thought or limited living area or space, a requirement that they believe all humans would find equally necessary, desirable, and satisfying. Hence, it is not strange for them to say or believe such statements as, "If I don't have at least half an hour a day to myself, I will go stark raving mad." 6. Belief in self-help. To many an American, if anyone among them has not climbed the greatest peak or done something outstanding, their personal pride isn't complete. Americans pride themselves through their own sacrifice and hard work that is not supported by any other but them. The American social system has, of course, made it possible for Americans to move relatively easily up the social ladder. Hence, there is no excuse for being a failure. All such words followed by the prefix self- are what help to define their life, personality, and culture. 7. Competitive spirit. It is the belief of Americans that competition is vital for individuals to produce their best in any endeavor. This can be experienced within pairs or groups studying together in a school, to when they fully join the society by voting or being voted for. It is seen in the labor market and even in various social activities. Probably this is why they uphold capitalism and run a free market system in their economy. 8. Have future orientation consciousness. The future and what it has to offer as a concept has been indoctrinated into every American. Though studies are done about the past and the present, yet their major focus is in getting ready for the future. Almost all energy is directed toward realizing this better future, to the point that even the present goes past them in a jiffy. At best, the present condition is seen as preparatory to a latter and greater event, which will eventually culminate in something even more worthwhile. Therefore, this orientation guides their everyday life and keeps their dreams alive. 9. Have action/work orientation. Action, or any action whatsoever, is seen to be superior to inaction. Americans are one of the craziest dreamers you can find, but it is difficult to find Americans lazy around doing nothing about their dreams. They work their talk and talk their work. They fulfill the goals of organization and mind their own business. 10. Informality. The saying goes, respect beget respect. It is good to show some respect any day, anywhere, anytime, but it isn't too necessary to make a big deal out of it. Americans, if you have noticed, play down on too much of formality. Only in rare cases are titles used with each other. When you meet Barack Obama, for instance, he will most likely introduce himself to you according to his name without any further titles. 11. Directness/openness/honesty. It is difficult for many Americans to engage in dubious methods in relating professionally or socially, as they uphold directness and honesty. Also, they would rather call a spade other than beat around the bush. Obviously, they don't have the time. Americans consider anything other than the most direct and open approach to be dishonest and insincere, and will quickly lose confidence in and distrust anyone who hints at what is intended rather than saying it outright. And don't even think of using an intermediary to deliver a message. If you do, you will be considered manipulative and untrustworthy. 12. Practicality/efficiency. The average American uses his or her mind and would weigh a matter or an issue before making conclusions in comparison with other cultures. Their judgment is based on practical things rather than mere philosophies. They are very pragmatic in assessing issues or in indulging themselves in things, so it is more natural for them to inquire or question things in this fashion. Will it make any money? Will it pay its own way? What can I gain from this activity? They would rather not buy or indulge in something based on how enjoyable it will be, or for its mere beauty, or with the thought of it advancing the cause of knowledge. What they are after is how efficient is the service they are getting, or the good they are been persuaded to buy, as an example. 13. Materialism/acquisitiveness. Ordinarily, many would think Americans are materialistic people, especially by the bling-bling show-off of artists and those in Hollywood, but this is far from the truth. Most Americans are down to earth. An American is always curious about technology, hence the reason for their frequent changes in fashion and housewares. Besides this, they are pretty simple. What they usually own is quite what is available in most other homes around the globe. This 13-point value system, which could be more, is primarily a driving force that stirs the daily lives of a real American. If you are to have development in your own nation, this is a good start point, something to be borrowed or adopted into your own culture that can revolutionize the human thinking. With these in place in any nation, the stage has been set for development, because these are core fundamentals to which development thrives on. This is what development is all about, and in my opinion, this values can be summarized to having a culture of dignity and labor imbued in everyone and in everything. Why does labor come to play here? Labor has been downplayed so much that anyone who is engaged in it is seen as a fool. Going back into history, our ancestors made their living through hard work on farm plantations. They combined jobs of all kinds themselves and were self-sufficient. They built their own houses with their bare hands, and with the technology available, they made clothes for themselves out of the skin of the animals they reared or hunted. And when the idea of trade by barter came up, they still put in so much to work hard on the profession they had chosen for themselves. They valued labor. Today, many of our energetic and young citizens are busy looking around for white-collar jobs, which in actual fact isn't a bad thing if only they can use what is in their surroundings to eke out a living, so they say, or create jobs for themselves. However, much blame is not to be shoveled on them, since it is not an individual problem, but rather a societal one. Thanks to the oil boom of the 1960s in Nigeria, as an example, that shifted the focus of our young minds into quick riches. If the decision makers and the politicians of our countries have put the nation first before their stomachs or pockets, probably our testimony may have been different. If you and I were to judge our conscience based on what our countries have turned into, our nonchalant attitude towards our fellow men home and abroad, our disregard for nation building, our voluntary sale of our votes and rights to political marauders who cycle governmental positions, making endless promises to the populace, yet a few grains are passed out while they build empires for themselves, and many horrible situations that our weary eyes have seen. Nevertheless, all hope is not lost. We can still remedy the situation if only we will stand up and do what is right. It begins with you and me. If you and I will stop thinking that the solutions to our problems is across the Atlantic Oceans, and begin to concentrate on how we can reproduce what we have left and recreate a new world for our nation, and our children's lives will become much better. By the way, these first world countries were not always what they are now. They also had their ordeals in the archives of history. There was a time when countries like England and Germany were so backward and underdeveloped. Germans were usually insulted and labeled as lazy drunks who despised any form of hard work. In England, things were so bad that the streets of London had homeless people everywhere dying of poverty. Alcoholism was the order of the day, while prostitution and robbery were the major means of livelihood of the English people. In the 16th century, jobs were not always easy to find. These were Tudor times, and thousands of people were without jobs wandering around looking for work. There were also disabled beggars. There were also people who pretended to be mad or disabled in order to beg. Tim Lambert. We read about these things in stories told by great novelists and playwrights like Mark Twain and Charles Dickens. So poverty is not an African or South American phenomenon or curse, rather it is the basis at which a nation can recognize where they are and where they want to be, and how they can get there. It all comes to recognizing the importance of labor and dignifying it. A story to learn from. A quick ride back in time are several stories that tells of how people can impart their lives, families and nations for a change stemming up from values they have learnt and practiced. Amazingly, Africa is full of such stories, and I will begin with Nigeria. This tale is about late Alhaji Alhassan Dantata, Africa's one-time billionaire. Alhaji Alhassan Dantata was born in Bebeji local government area in Kano State, Nigeria in 1877 as one of several children of Abdullahi and his wife Amaria. Both his parents were wealthy Agalawa, a hereditary group of long-distance traders in the Hausa Empire. His father passed away in 1885. His mother Amaria, like her mother-in-law, was a trader of wealth in her own right, but behaved herself as an uncaring, strict mother seeking for greener pastures in Accra, leaving her son in the care of an old slave woman named Tata. A name that Alhassan adopted for Dantata in Hausa language means son of Tata. Obviously the old slave had a great influence in his early life. Abdullahi's children were too young to manage his considerable wealth. They all received their portion according to Islamic law. In his time, the only significant form of conventional education was to learn Arabic and be able to read the Quran, so Alhassan was sent to the Quranic school in Bebeji. He soon lost his share of the inheritance from his father, and so had to support himself. Life became cruel as an Almayiri, Quranic student, as he had to find food and clothing for himself and also for his Mallam, teacher, while learning how to read. Students of his age simply begged while others sought paid work. Alhassan took the better part and worked, as was tradition for a young Agalawa. Thanks to his guardian's insistence, he learnt the value of savings. Reports still say that his asusu, piggy bank, and earthen pottery purchased by Tata, still exists in the walls of his house. Dantata was still a teenager boy when the great upheavals occurred in the Kano Emirate from 1893 to 1895. Dantata and the other Agalawas had their property confiscated and many were captured. Dantata and his brothers were held for ransom, under the threat of slavery. But after they paid it, Dantata returned to the trading business without his family lands around Kano. Around 1894, Alhassan joined a caravan headed for Ganja to reconnect with his mother. He might have hoped his wealthy mother would save him from the hardship life mete out to him, and probably allow him to live with her and find him work among the Gold Coast Adelaja community. Unfortunately, after only a rest of one day, she took him to a Mallam and asked him to stay there until he was ready to return to Babaji. He must have been miserable with this treatment, yet Al-Hassan worked harder in Accra than he did in Babaji. After the usual reading of the Quran, Al-Hassan Dantata had to go and beg for food for his Mallam and himself, as the case was in Babaji. At some point, he returned to Babaji to his religious studies and work. However, good old Tata continued to insist that he must save something every day. From his savings, Al-Hassan Dantata started to be a long-distance trader himself. He remained in Babaji until matters of the Kano Emirates had dwindled. He used the new trade routes to Ibadan and Lagos to develop his network of trading associates. He innovated a new method of conveying his goods, so rather than using animal carriage, he tactically used steamships to transport kola nuts between Accra, Kumasi, Sikandi and Lagos. He was the first to develop this route. This innovation and contact with Europeans helped establish his wealth and future. In 1906, he began broadening his interests by trading in beads, necklaces, European cloth, and trade goods. His mother, who had never remarried, died in Accra around 1908. After her death, he focused his attention on new opportunities in Lagos and Kano. For example, built up his trade in kola nuts so that eventually whole kola trains to northern Nigeria were filled with his kola nuts. His shrewd understanding helped him to maintain a house in Babaji, and had no property in the larger trading town of Kano at the time. He did not own a house there, but was satisfied with the accommodation given to him by his Patoma landlord. When the British disposed the successor of Yusufu, the emir, in 1903, they appointed Abbas as the new emir of Kano. Abbas returned the confiscated lands around Kano to the Agalawa families. Then, Dantata built his first house in the then empty Sarari area, an extension of Koki, in Kano. He married Amazaria, and as was the tradition, she conducted business for him with women of Kano. Between 1912 and 1954, Dantata was already familiar with the manner by which traders could make fortunes by buying cocoa for Europeans in the Gold Coast. He had several advantages over other Kano businessmen: language, wealth and age. He could speak some English and already had direct dealings with Europeans in Lagos and Accra. He had substantial amounts of capital. Unlike other established Kano merchants, he was in his mid-30s, with a small family and retinue to support. Despite the famine in Kano in 1914, he quickly dominated the groundnut purchasing business via promotions, loans and contacts. He became a groundnut agent to the UK-based Royal Niger Company, which later became the United Africa Company, UAC, purchasing about half of all the nuts needed by the UAC in northern Nigeria. He later began contracting business on the same level as the UAC. In 1953 to 1954 he became a licensed buying agent, which allowed him to sell directly to the Nigerian Groundnut Marketing Board. In summary, Dantata was hard-working, frugal and unpretentious in his personal habits. He was also a good financial manager. He had the good sense to employ Alhaji Baba Na Al-Hassan, who served as his chief accountant, and Alhaji Gubra Masekeli as his financial controller for 38 years. Dantata did not manage from behind a desk, but involved himself with his workers. Finally, Dantata died the richest African during 1955. But there is something much more interesting about this man than his life story, and that is found in his legacy. He was able to leave wealth for his own descendants, and these descendants continued his legacy. Here is a list of significant descendants that might interest you. Mahmuda Dantata, 1922 to 1983, son, founder of the West African Pilgrims Association and a currency trader. Sanusi Dantata, 1917 to 1997, son, a successful businessman. Alhaji Abdulkadir Dantata, grandson. Aliko Dangote, 1957 till date, great-grandson, a billionaire. Amada Dantata, 1916 to 1960, son, a politician. Amina Dantata, 1931, son, a businessman. Aliko Dangote is ranked by Forbes magazine as the 67th richest person in the world and the richest in Africa. He peaked on the list as the 23rd richest person in the world in 2014. He surpassed Saudi-Ethiopian billionaire Mohammed Hussein Al-Amoudi in 2013 by over $2.6 billion to become the world's richest person of African descent, beating his great-grandfather's record. What do you think is responsible for Aliko Dangote's success? Genetics? Fate? Sheer hard work? I don't really think so, even though all these traits have the tendency to push someone to succeed, but the genuine answer is in values. Even though Aliko was born into a lineage that has experienced wealth and were hard-working, the underlying factor to his success is in the values he was taught and which he upheld. What values did your parents or grandparents teach you when you were growing up? How valuable are these values and how much are you still practicing? Charity, they say, begins at home. Values form the personality and character traits we possess and pass on to our children. The product of who we are as a result of the values we uphold and live by. Let's not blame our nation's failure on the government, it all begins with the individual. You are responsible for who you are, and so am I. What values can we learn from late Alhaji Dantata's story? Life will not be fair, we have to demand of life on what it must offer us. Dantata had his unfair share from life's incidences. It wasn't his fault that his rich father died when he was 8, neither can you blame his mother for being cruel to him, for at that time it was a form of discipline to be denied of the comfort of one's mother. We cannot blame a poor 8-year-old of financial misappropriation, neither was it his fault that there was a power tussle between two princes resulting to the dictatorship and tyranny meted out to the people and the disappearance of his landed properties that was fate speaking out loud. Yet, in the midst of all these, he learned to survive. He dug his feet in and worked. This same ill fate taught him great life lessons that guided his wit in doing business later on in life. Success doesn't come when we cower in, but when we fight headlong. Life can be mean. Life, though looks, feels and tastes sweet, can also be sour and full of pain and anguish. It may seem the world is coming to an end for you, but accepting it and giving up isn't the best response. Fighting back is what we need to stay afloat. Dantata learnt this lesson the hard way and from the least person he could ever imagine. He thought he could run into his mother's embracing arms and be soothed by the warmth there, but he was greatly disappointed. All his mother could give him was a night of rest, then the following morning she threw him into the fight once again. What fight are you running away from? Cowering isn't the answer, fighting back is all it takes. Nothing works better than work. We can argue this time and again, but it is a great and undeniable fact. Fact. To be born with a silver spoon in one's mouth is a gift, but to be able to prove ownership to that rare precious stone you have to work for it. It sounds contradictory, isn't it? Well, that is it. You must prove who you are and what you are worth. Pearls are not cast as swines, even though they may belong to them. What is rightfully yours must be fought for it is to be well protected, and that is what work does. Work reveals who you are and what the fiber of your life is made of. Work shows you the limit your tenacity can go. Work helps you discover who you are and whose you are. When wealth is gone and fame is trudged upon, what is left is the fulfillment you get from the work you have labored at. Work, no matter how seemingly degrading it may be, has an estimated value that gives an unestimated result in one's lifetime. Dantata worked from cradle to the grave, and the rest, of course, is legacy. You must not eat all you work for, learn to save for your future. A wise man once taught a great lesson by saying, "Go to the ant, O sluggard, consider her ways and be wise." Life is full of lessons that we can even learn values from an ordinary ant. Some of the characteristics of ants are that even though they don't have a ruler over them, they work to provide their food in summer and save up for drought or winter. Many children like Dantata were Almagiras, but not many became prosperous as he was. They earned money by working or begging, but how many of them learned to save? Dantata's mom had ingrained in him the wise value of saving. Dantata continued this trait and ventured into business. He soared high by not eating his capital and by turning his profits into new capital too. Are you eating your future now? If you are, it is not too late to curb that craving. Don't do the same things the same way and expect a different result. One of the differences between genius people and copycats is the ability to do something new or to think differently. It is called innovation. It is possible we all see the same thing at the same time and place, but how we react to it is dependent on our perspective and ingenuity. Dan Tata was an innovator. He saw what other people could not see. He had an eye for investments and business potentialities. He did things differently and was envied for it. He was envied because he got results. He got results because he used his thinking faculties. He put his thinking cap on a trait he developed from his mother, a business mogul in Accra. Are you expecting results in your engagements? Put on your thinking cap and creative faculties and go to work. He attracted his like. Who do you attract the most? The same non-entities as you once were, or those who see you as a rare gem? One of the rules of success is to flock with those who are succeeding, because you can learn from them and share your thoughts with them without having to worry about envies. Also, their goodwill and fortune can rub off on you. Dan Tata began to flock with those who were doing well. He shared similar interests with those who had the same, but in the midst of this he still maintained a mind of his own. Golden nuggets. Development must be judged by its impact on people, not only by changes in their income, but more generally in terms of their choices, capabilities and freedoms. Development is about the total value that is added to people, which is seen in the exchange of ideas, quality and passion to advance in every collective unit of the society that forms the nation. The daily life of a real American is driven by a 13-point value system, which is a primary reason for there being a first world nation. If your nation is to come to that kind of development, you must build good value systems. Going back into history, our ancestors made their living through hard work on farm plantations. They combined jobs of all kinds themselves and were self-sufficient. They valued labor, so today, our youth should learn from their ideals and bring dignity to labor. Success doesn't come when we cower to challenges, but when we fight headlong. Nothing works better than work. Don't do the same things the same way and expect a different result. You must not eat all you work for. Learn to save for your future. Practical exercises. 1. What development can be noticed in your environment? How can you measure this development as against the lives of the people living in the same environment? 2. What are the values that you can outline that has been added to you and the people living in this environment? How are these values benefiting these people? 3. What are the values that you can learn from the 13-point listed about the United States of America? 4. Do you know of any value that you could benefit from our country, Nigeria? How are they visible in the daily lives of Nigerians? 5. Are there any succession of values since the inception of Nigeria's independence till now? 6. As compared to citizens of the United States of America, do Nigerians stand for any common goal or purpose? Do we have an identity? 07. Is there any relationship between labor and development? What is this relationship? 08. What are the values you learned from Alhaji Alhassan Dan Tata? Does his story sound familiar with other youths in our present society? 09. What do you think is the reason for Alhaji Alhassan Dan Tata's success and breakthroughs? How can you adopt the values that he also learnt, practiced, and taught others? B. 10. What do you think of internalization of values? How can you internalize the values you have learnt from this chapter? Chapter 2. The dignity of labor. Booker T. Washington, world-renowned educator and scientist, was one of the foremost African-American leaders of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, founding the Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute, now known as Tuskegee University, Alabama, USA. Shortly after he resumed presidency of the Tuskegee University, he was walking in an exclusive neighborhood where he was stopped by a wealthy white woman. Not knowing the dignified fellow by sight, she asked him if he would earn a few dollars by chopping wood for her. One would imagine what must have flowed through his mind: years of enslavement and cruelty from the white slave masters, and one would think he would swear, curse, or brag now that he was in a highly elevated position, but he didn't. He only smiled. He folded his sleeves and proceeded to do the humble chore that she had requested. When he had finished, he carried the logs of wood and stacked them where the woman had asked. As he was leaving, the daughter revealed his identity to the mother, and she became embarrassed. The woman went to Mr. Washington's office the next morning and expressed her profuse apologies and asked for his forgiveness. His response was, "It is all right, madam. Occasionally I enjoy doing a little manual labor, and besides it is always a delight to do something for a friend." She shook his hand warmly and assured him that his meek, gracious and humble attitude has endeared him and his work to her. Not long after, she showed her admiration by influencing many of the wealthy people in town, encouraging them to give generously to the Tuskegee Institute. What does this story point to? Humility and value for work, regardless of how menial or demeaning it seems. This is exactly what dignity of labor is all about. Dignity of labor indicates that all types of jobs are respected equally, and no occupation should be considered superior. To many, being a farmer, fisherman, tailor, and cleaner or waste disposal team member is no job for a responsible young person. Many can't understand why they should venture into such professions after having studied up to university level. Their mentality has always been to sit in an office, work on a computer, and earn a salary at the end of the month. This isn't a bad way of thinking, but neither is it bad to think of doing manual labor too. Whatever one finds his hand doing, one only needs to do it well, and then fortune will smile on the person. Hard work spotlights the character of people. Some turn up their sleeves, some turn up their noses, and some don't turn up at all. John Carmack. If a dignified person who found a whole university can stoop low and handle an axe, there is no excuse for the graduate of any named university. If the dignified fellow can have extra time to cut wood and stack them up, there is no excuse for the illegal immigrant risking his or her life to cross the border of the first world countries, or the one who has taken up robbery, prostitution, or cybercrime as a profession. All we all need is a reorientation on what it means to make a living. Yes, from the ordinary man on the street to the president of the country where we reside, a change of heart and mind that leads to a change of attitude. This change that we seek should be spoken about in the homes, on the streets, in meeting places, in schools. It must be debated and given a voice on the radio, television, and all other media outlets. It must be a subject of discussion in the parliament, vetoed and written in the constitution of the state, and it must be affected by the respective arm of government. The universities and other school administrators on every tier of education should see the need to create a subject on the dignity of labor and infuse it into the study curriculum of their institutions. All hands must be on deck to ensure that all kinds of work of honest means are well respected and promoted, and nothing to be refused in this regard for the advancement of each nation and her people. I heard about a story somewhere and it fits in perfectly for what I am going to write afterwards. It begins thus. Quite recently, a man visited a local farmer about 3 miles from where I lived. He was in his 50s, yet he said he wasn't too old to farm vigorously. He was said to have suffered from the physical energy he had used up as a farmer when he was younger. Around his small thatched house was a farm where he grew vegetables. There were tubers of yams growing round him. There was poultry of chickens which had given him meat. There must have been dozens of banana trees standing facing each other, propelling and showing off their bunch of bananas. He hardly ever went to town to buy things. He was self-sufficient. The city life or new technology, the luxury cars or the buses, the television or mobile phones, the newspaper or the magazine, America or England meant nothing to him. He had no ambitions whatsoever, he was reportedly testified about. I don't think you as a reader are attracted to this kind of lifestyle, but supposing we all were to revert to such a life, it would be like going back to the Neolithic period, wouldn't it? You must have seen movies of the cavemen and how they lived, haven't you? The farmer in this story can never think of escaping through the Mediterranean Sea to Europe or America in search of greener pastures, not because he is getting old but because he is satisfied with where he is and what he has. He has conveniently through the years with evidence showing gained self-sufficiency. He does not need to get the latest of technology to live a proper life, and it does not mean he is backward, but it simply means he does not need to rely on anyone or even the government to live a reasonable life. Do not get me wrong, technology is one of the driving forces of development. However, we must never forget the fundamentals that sustain technology. And by the way, if he continues this way for the rest of his life, it will be like he has $1 billion in his account. The greener pasture is around his hut, he only needs to ensure he obeys the law of nurture and all will be well. The reason most of our young men are running abroad is lack of education, and by that I mean lack of understanding. We gain knowledge from our school but not understanding. The Yorubas from the western part of Nigeria have a proverb which translates that what we are running to find in Sokoto, a state in northern Nigeria, is right there in your Sokoto trousers. We need to educate ourselves to have the understanding that we can make our surroundings become green, developed and self-sustained. We can become the envy of the world to which other citizens run to for sustenance. We can be a first world nation only if we correct our orientation and dig our heels in labor and development. It is possible. It has worked in the first world countries and will work in our own nations too. As a nation, we need to give room for the true nation builders existing in our lands to drive our nations to development. Enough is enough with mean men, men who think of their bellies first before the nation. They come in with their pot bellies and continue feeding on what is left of the national cake. We need genuine leaders who can revive the dignity of labor. We have had them, we still have them, and we always will have them because God is not on the side of hypocrisy. Our success is conditioned by the amount of risk we are ready to take. I will cite some beneficial samples for our enlightenment. A story to learn from. Nigeria, between 1922 and 1994, produced an erudite scholar, social critic, moralist, humanist, author, human rights activist, disciplinarian, patriot, teacher and farmer, Tai Solarin. Many of our youngsters may not know him. This is why I will use this opportunity to cite some of his positive traits which will probably change the perception of our youths, and this could also be a reminder to our old bigwigs too, that we mustn't allow all the labors of likes of Tai Solarin and others who fought for the nation we now call our own to be swept under the carpets of time. Their values and what they stood for is what we need to go back to at this very hour. May your road be rough. I am not cursing you, I am wishing you what I wish myself every year. I therefore repeat, may you have a hard time this year, may there be plenty of troubles for you this year. If you are not sure what you should say back, why not just say, same to you? I ask for no more. Tai Solarin. In his days, we understand that as a humanitarian he disbelieved in the hypocrisy that the church at that time lived in, and was selling to the public, and even though his parents were devout Christians he became resistant to the treatment and doctrines that never helped the people of his time. I guess this was what made him profess to be an atheist, but he was always speaking and living for the truth and on the side of justice and pragmatism. For nearly 40 years, Dr. Solarin persistently fought for free and compulsory education from first grade through high school for all Nigerian children. When he couldn't yield to the demands of the school he was leading at that time, he resigned and went ahead to establish the Mayflower School on January 27, 1956, which became a phenomenal school worth envying for the training it gave all the students. Its junior school had 1,300 boarders, as well as 300 day students by 1992. And both schools were so much in demand that parents petitioned the Nigerian Minister of Education to get their children in. Solarin chose to name the school Mayflower after the name of the ship sailed by the Pilgrims in 1620, for the reason it evoked images of escape from persecution to a new life of freedom. He said, it was to be a school for all children, discriminating against none. We need a real departure from conventional schools to those who will teach students to be self-sufficient. His goal was made visible by stressing the importance of education and self-reliance in the form of messages posted all over the walls of the school. He was advocating in his days for industrialization that stems from learning technical skills in all the institutions. In fact, he made agricultural science a compulsory aspect of Mayflower education. Boys and girls once built their own dormitories and continue to make cocoa from homegrown beans and breed their own pigs. How many schools today try to imbue in the minds of students this essential characteristic for forming the human mind at the tender age? Of course, many will reason this credible tutelage has been archaic without contemporary value. What value has the contemporary thinking given to our children other than helplessness and the escapist mentality? As a lesson in technique and industry, Mayflower students harvest 3 seasons of their own corn every year, instead of the usual 2 seasons. Harvested by most local farmers. Has it ever crossed your mind which school prepared the foundation for the production of the first female engineer in Nigeria, Mrs. Grace Izima? It is Mayflower. Many more distinguished people have their roots from this same school. Why? It is an answer obvious to you. A man stood up for values that dignify labor, and the results are what we all can see. Mayflower students who are accepted into foreign universities were urged to take summer jobs in technical roles such as plumbers, electricians, or tractor drivers, so they can bring that expertise back with them along with their university degrees. Above all, Solarin taught self-reliance as well as a commitment to Nigeria as a nation. He made every Mayflower student memorize a poem by William Ernest Henley that ends, "I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul." Today, asides content knowledge gained in different fields of learning, what other value is imbued in the minds of our students? Ty's fertile mind, like his writings, ranged over a broad variety of topics like nation-building, self-reliance, technology, science, culture, economic well-being, food production, and human rights, just to mention a few. But all of Ty Solarin's topics, both in speeches and articles in the national newspapers, dovetail into education. Babs Fafunwa. There are so much more about this noble man, but all can be centered on one thing: dignity of labor. Ty Solarin saw and understood from his studies abroad and experience realized around him that unless the Nigerian people dug in their heels in hard work, development was going to be far away from them, and so he sowed his life right into it, and today those who benefited from it are among the movers and shakers of the world. Golden nuggets. Dignity of labor indicates that all types of jobs are respected equally, and no occupation should be considered superior. By menial jobs we do not refer to work that removes the human value from him or her, rather we mean jobs that are responsible and contribute to the whole process of productivity. Being a farmer, fisherman, tailor, and cleaner or waste disposal team member does not mean you aren't a responsible young person and shouldn't be respected accordingly. The society has wrongly painted the concept of work in the minds of our youths that many of them can't understand why they should venture into some menial jobs after having studied up to university level. The expectation of our youths when it comes to work has always been to sit in an office, work on a computer, and earn a salary at the end of the month. This isn't a bad way of thinking, but neither is it bad to think of doing manual labor too. Whatever one finds his hand doing, one only needs to do it well, and then fortune will smile on the person. One of the best ways to stop the mental slavery of believing that it is only by traveling out of our countries that is when we can begin to make money or build a productive life is by working for self-sufficiency, not by selling ourselves into slavery willingly. I am not against exploration, but I am against our people selling all their life's savings and investments only for them to come to a part of Europe and become slaves. It is totally absurd. Practical exercises. 1. Does your job give you esteem before people? Would you feel the same way you do if you did a lower-class job? 2. Do you know the difference between having dignity in your job and having to be treated without respect? How can you change your attitude towards those who are unfairly treated? 3. Would you rather engage yourself in menial job to make a living than to book for undignified sources of income like prostitution or crimes? 4. What does it mean to be self-sufficient? How can you be self-sufficient? How can you live in self-sufficiency? How can you teach others to be self-sufficient? 5. Do you think by traveling abroad our youths can solve the problem of poverty or financial security of the youths of Nigeria? 6. What values did you pick up from Tai Solarin? How can you learn and implement these values? 07. Are you in public service? What has been your input as a public servant? 08. What are the transformational changes you have put in place since you took up your position? 09. How much of your influence has been felt in department, office, or wherever you work? 10. Is there something notable about you getting a job done, or would you rather mark attendance at work and get your monthly salary? Chapter 3. Part A. T. The dignity of labor. Through the ages and now. The turnout of the first or second world countries as we know it in history didn't just come to be by a miracle, but by a strong belief and attitude towards dignity of labor. For example, previously, many parts of Europe was as backward and underdeveloped as most countries of Africa today. One of the major contributions of the Protestant faith to the world was in propagating the culture of dignity of labor. The likes of Martin Luther, John Calvin and other leaders of the Protestant Reformation started their works of reformation that brought about the transformed Europe, and that we know today, which later extended to the United States of America. Martin Luther, the German-born reformer, who is considered as one of the fathers of Protestant Christianity amongst other areas of societal and public life, brought a reformation to the idea of work. Prior to this time, the Catholic Church laid less emphasis on work, to which was seen as a means to obtain salvation by denying self and the world, and the Catholic Church only motivated people to work only for their gains by ensuring monies were brought as a demand to the authorities. This was the same church of whom Martin Luther was first in servitude as a monk. Martin Luther, after being excommunicated from the monastery and organizing a new church, instituted work as a calling. Work, he identified as the valuation of the fulfillment of duty in worldly affairs, and as the highest form which the moral activity of the individual could assume. The individual was to fulfill the obligations of his or her position in the world in order to be acceptable by God. According to him, fulfillment of one's duty in worldly affairs was the highest form that the moral activity of individuals could take. With this mindset, people were challenged to have the right attitude towards work, which revolutionized the country and spread across other countries. John Calvin, the French philosopher and Protestant reformer like Martin Luther, also pushed for a reformation, part of which dwells on the concept of work. In that period, the medieval period, the church and the state were one entity, and so he addressed his state basing his facts from the Holy Bible. Such rich features of Calvin's ecclesiology highlight how his work of reform was in a large respect a reform of ecclesiastical culture. One can only imagine how differently the citizen of Geneva must have experienced the church before and after its reformation. David van Drunen. John Calvin, like his earlier proponent Martin Luther, and other societal reformers, spoke the truth that shook their world, even though many of them bore the pains inherent and some had to lay down their lives. But it is quite unfortunate that most of our famous preachers today have given little respect to this principle, the very principle that God Himself established for man to realize himself and his potentials on the earth. Today, what do we hear from the pulpits of our churches? Messages that go contrary to the principles of work. Let's not make a mistake here. It is God's desire that all His children prospers, but it is in accordance with the prosperity of the soul, which is a combination of man's will, desires, emotions, and his mind. For a man to prosper, he must put to work the principle of God's word, where he realizes his purpose, potential, and power. This is what is supposed to come from the pulpit of our churches, not Holy Ghost jamboree, quick miracles, prophecies which is only activated by the donation of money of different figures ranging from the odd or even numbers, which are usually endless. It is sad that the members of these churches who don't know better, and in the bid also to get rich quick or make money at all cost, fall into their hands. There is no difference between swindlers and these so-called pastors. It is no new thing anyway, for the Holy Scriptures has already spoken about them, and we ought not to fall into their traps. Israel's watchmen are blind, they all lack knowledge, they are all mute dogs, they cannot bark, they lie around and dream, they love to sleep. They are dogs with mighty appetites, they never have enough. They are shepherds who lack understanding, they all turn to their own way, they seek their own gain. Come, each one cries, let me get wine. Let us drink our fill of beer. And tomorrow will be like today, or even far better. Isaiah 56:10-12, NIV translation. I urge all reading this book to turn back to the beginning where God commissioned Adam to keep the garden. Every man must be encouraged to work. Be not fooled by any preacher regardless of his or her fame. Work is the real way we manifest God's image here on earth. In the US, there was unemployment, underemployment of blacks, and the people were put through grueling situations with no security on jobs as it always disappeared from time to time. Many people got to workplaces to discover their jobs had been taken from them. The old people had to compete with the younger ones, and the white-skinned against the blacks. Martin Luther King Jr. rose up to the demand of his day, forming unions and confronting the government in demand for a positive change, a change that the present labor unions thrives on till date. His fiery speeches are still echoing through the walls of America from city to city, messages of transformation that is based on rights of the black race and labor rights. Today, in most if not all African countries, almost the same fate befalls the people, and this is one vital reason the youngsters seek greener pastures. But the good news is they do not have to take those risks that is capable of claiming their lives if only you and I can take up the burden of standing for what is right and influence others in the same direction. It takes one man to make a great influence that can change the world, just as Martin Luther King Jr. did. How can we represent God when we want all things to come cheap to us? It took God great, relentless and consistent effort to create the whole earth, and He hasn't stopped. When Christ was challenged as to why He was opening the eyes of the blind, His answer was, "My Father is always at His work to this very day, and I too am working." Abraham Lincoln made this the centerpiece of his rhetoric, as in the Gettysburg Address of 1863, and his policies. Since then, it has become a well-known statement on human rights, particularly its second sentence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This rights and pursuit of happiness isn't a surface pursuit, but that which is realized by labor. How to foster the dignity of labor. We must understand that until we go back to the drawing board, we will keep making gross errors and history will keep repeating itself. The fact is that for us to have development in our countries, we must keep and foster the features of dignity of labor, which are: 1. Everybody must get a job. Does that sound impossible, especially with recession in most economies of the world and artificial scarcity pulled off by many governments to stabilize their economy? It is possible, it just takes willing minds and having a heart for others around us. In some countries, it will amaze you that some ordinary citizens are far richer than the government. So it begins by inquiring, what are the needs of these people who are looking for the next opportunity to travel aboard for greener pastures? Most of these people will quit the idea, if only they can be assured of sustenance for them and their family. So for these it takes a willing mind or heart to invest in them. They have brilliant ideas and realizable dreams that require the right environment. In my country Nigeria, some of these ideas are actually sponsored, but it isn't enough, as it is like troops of ants scampering for a lump of sugar. Therefore more and more financial investment should be diverted into them responsibly, and for those who don't have the strategic way of putting their ideas to work, they can be educated to do so. We see how hungry the eyes of those who travel to all other countries around the world are. They are looking for jobs, something to live on, and this is why they are willing to do just anything to make money at all cost. To ensure they don't venture into dishonest and illegal dealings, we can correct it right within the shores of our country Nigeria. Everybody must work. Everyone must be given a chance to survive. We mustn't wait until the media shows us how people are dying until we take the initiative. The time is now to do something and ensure people get a source of livelihood in our neighborhoods, churches, mosques, villages, and everywhere possible. 2. All jobs must be respected, because they are being done unto God. We cannot overemphasize this issue. All jobs, no matter how menial they are, must be respected because they contribute to the whole economy. Those kinds of job that seems only for the less privileged or the poor people are actually what make life easier for the rich. Imagine how tedious it will be brainstorming on ways to improve your company's sales, and at the same time you are thinking of how to care for your children, home, and parents. Now, if you find helping hands to take care of these areas, then they should be well respected not only by paying them well and on time, but by realizing that they too have families and dreams like you do. The simple rule is to do unto others as you would want others do to you. The more we care for others and respect what they do, the more they will put their zeal to achieve more. They will suddenly realize that they are part of the whole system of the society and gain back their enthusiasm. And finally, all work, whether we know it or not, is done unto God. We are all messengers, instruments in the hands of God to fulfill His purpose on earth, be you a president or an errand boy. 3. By working we become co-workers with God. According to a research by an organization called Countries of the World Incorporated, the top 10 most religious countries of the world are from third world countries of Africa, South America, and a few Asian countries. It is no surprise that Nigeria is on the list because we love religion. It is all amusing when most Westerners look at Africans and how they worship and pray, because the most time needed to think and work is spent praying. The culture of work is so much ingrained in the first world countries that they even dare to doubt the existence of God. Probably the reason God hasn't gotten back at them is for their commitment to work. God is a hard worker. Jesus said that my Father is always working and so am I. The nature of God is that of productivity, and when as humans we get to work, we join the Godhead in this very essence of life. Prayer is essential because God commands us to seek Him, but we must know when to pray and when to work. In fact, there is a principle I have picked up a long time ago, which is, pray like only prayer works and work like only work works. If only we can get to work when we are supposed to, we will find answers to many of the prayers that others are praying. Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. Take for example, a man is crying to God for healing from the deadly disease AIDS, whereas God has given brilliant ideas to some scientists or doctors that if put to work will yield positive results, but they are either laying around complaining or murmuring over life's unfairness or looking for the next exit to travel abroad. So tell me, how do you want that man's prayers to be answered? Wait until an angel visits him, or what? God isn't so boring as to do miracles in a monodirection, but has invented so many other ways to meet the needs of other people. Hence, once we get to work we become co-workers with God. 4. Work is a form of service to God. But his master answered him, "You wicked and slothful servant. You knew that I reap where I have not sown and gather where I scattered no seed. Then you ought to have invested my money with the bankers, and at my coming I should have received what was my own with interest. So take the talent from him, and give it to him who has the 10 talents. For to everyone who has will more be given, and he will have an abundance. But from the one who has not, even what he has will be taken away. And cast the worthless servant into the outer darkness, in that place there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth." Matthew 25:26-30. The idea of serving God to most people is only limited to going to church and joining the workforce there. I think more enlightenment should be given to the members of every church, because in the right sense we should be concentrating on building the kingdom of God which is beyond the four walls of the church. Therefore go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Matthew 28:19, NIV translation. Dr. Miles Monroe once taught that the meaning of the commission, as is written in the Holy Scripture above, is not limited to the physical nation, but to every ethnos of the world. Ethnos, in Greek, theta nu omicron nation, may refer to ethnic groups, i.e., people of the same race or nationality who share a distinctive culture. Each profession has its own language, culture, and belief system, though are practiced by the men of the entire planet Earth. When, for example, doctors, farmers, teachers, etc. gather in their own field and speak using their technical language, it may be very difficult for the ordinary man to understand what they are saying. Hence, all work forms should be seen as a means of serving God with the Great Commission He has given to us all. It is essential that while we are doing what we know how to do best, we recognize God in it, because all knowledge comes from God, and we will give a report of how we have used our skills, talents, knowledge and ideas to better the lot of our fellow man. Let this not surprise you. We have a lot to report to God about. This is why our orientation must change. 5. No occupation is considered superior since everyone is doing his best where he or she is. Speaking about the human body, it will be out of place for the brain to say it is the most superior part of the body, because it knows that even though it understands over time how the body functions, and has ability to send signals to other parts of the body for actions and inactions, it is still limited because it needs to be nourished by nutrients and blood which it gets from the heart and stomach and every other parts that makes this happen. Hence, they all share a symbiotic relationship with each other and depend on each other's maximal input. Let's get this clear, we all are in a symbiotic relationship. No matter how knowledgeable or skilled or dignified we think we are, we still need each other at some point or the other. So, it is to our benefit that we bring down our ego when we relate to people handling less skilled jobs. They are a pro in the very work they do, so are you in your designated field. 6. You need to work even if it is a menial or dirty job, because every job is participating in the process of creation. I once heard a story of a young boy of 18. He came into the country as an Iranian from a well-to-do family and wanted to start fending for himself, but as it is difficult to find jobs here. He had issues paying even house rent and was living on other tourists in a hostel. Then, the owner tried to fix him an odd job of cleaning the hostel, which he did, but couldn't wash the toilets because he claimed it was a dirty job and for dirty people. Then the owner told him he had better left the hostel and went looking for some clean job to pay his rent. There is nothing known as a dirty job. The only thing in the English dictionary that talks about dirty works is such an endeavor that involves dishonesty, or which claims other people's lives. Every responsible job is a part of the whole process of creation. 7. Everybody must work even if you are not working for money. You must work to actualize yourself. The human being is incapable of realizing its maximum potential without work. Work is the environment that is designed to task the human mind of its innate ability. Without work, the human being is lost in his soul even though physically present. Without work, life is meaningless. The human soul wanders in a world of its own. Show me a wanderer, I will show you a lost soul. Show me a lost soul, and I will show you one who has no value for work. All life demands struggle. Those who have everything given to them become lazy, selfish, and insensitive to the real values of life. The very striving and hard work that we so constantly try to avoid is the major building block in the person we are today. Pope Paul VI: Everyone has been made for some particular work, and the desire for that work has been put in every heart. Rumi. Everyone must work. Work is a main priority on this earth. In fact, the best cure for restlessness is work. It is not necessary if you don't earn money while you work, you just have to get busy doing something worth the while. You shouldn't be surprised about work without pay. The essence of work for some people is to train their minds to be responsible, so for example, when we have students on internship, they shouldn't be too curious about what is in it for them. The experience of work itself is a reward for the time invested in it. Children also should be taught this principle. It is the parents' duty to take care of the children and their needs. Any secondary thing that they want, they should be taught how to get it by working. Teach a child the way he or she should go, and when he or she is old, he or she won't depart from it. C. Part B: Influence of the Reformers. On Europe. Alvin had great influence in German lands while Luther's influence was in Western Europe. Together, they extended Reformation first from the churches, which was the governing body controlling the society, and then extended their influence to their societies and neighboring states around them. This created the Geneva now known to most people, the Geneva that forbade dancing and gambling, that constrained its citizens in every direction, and that executed heretics of this principle on its own authority. John Calvin rejected luxury. Therefore, craftsmen, industrialists, and other businessmen were able to reinvest the greater part of their profits in the most efficient machinery and the most modern production methods that were based on progress in the sciences and technology. As a result, productivity grew, which led to increased profits and enabled employers to pay higher wages. In this way, the economy, the sciences, and technology reinforced each other. The chance to participate in the economic success of technological inventions was a strong incentive to both inventors and investors. Hence, the reformers had a great influence on science and technology. The Puritans of the mid-16th to late 17th centuries were English Protestants who carried forward the emphases of Calvin. They made a determined effort to inculcate true religion into the entire population. They were tired of rhetoric and church mass. They were fed up with having to sit down in pews of churches when they understood that their work is to go out there and effect a change in their society. So they took the bull by the horns. They moved from house to house ensuring people got a hold of the transformational messages and applied it to their lives. A Puritan will combine both the work of the formal service of God and the secular job together as a demonstration of how dignifying work is in the eyes of God. Idleness was constantly condemned. But the Puritans taught that hard work done merely to earn money was no better than idleness. They were not particularly concerned to encourage people to work. They were more concerned to help them to a proper Christian understanding of work as service of God. Heart. William Tyndale, who would often be regarded as the founding father of Puritanism, had written that, if we look externally, there is difference betwixt washing of dishes and preaching the word of God, but as touching to please God, none at all. What did the concept of dignity of labor do to Europe, and what can it do to Africa and other developing nations? Estonia, among other Baltic countries like Lithuania and Latvia, was under the control of several superpowers and had nothing to show for its own economic growth. Estonia was considered a developing nation during this time, being occupied by the Soviet Union in 1940, then by Nazi Germany the following year, and was again annexed by the Soviets in 1944, after which it was reconstituted as the Estonian Soviet Socialist Republic. These times were really difficult for the country as they moved from policy to policy and were shaken by instability until in 1988, the Estonian Supreme Soviet issued the Estonian Sovereignty Declaration during the Singing Revolution, in defiance of Soviet rule, and independence was reinstated on August 20, 1991. Currently, Estonia is a developed country with an advanced, high-income economy that is among the fastest growing in the EU. Its Human Development Index ranks very highly, and it performs favorably in measurements of economic freedom, civil liberties, and press freedom. Why did the table turn around for her? Estonia understood that her neighbors progressed due to certain principles ingrained in their system, and they itched to have these same results that such principles brought. And so, on 29th of March 2004, Estonia joined NATO. Today, Estonia is economically deeply integrated with the economies of its northern neighbors, Sweden and Finland. As a member of the European Union, Estonia is considered a high-income economy by the World Bank. It continues to benefit from a transparent government and policies that sustain a high level of economic freedom, a simplified tax system with flat rates, low indirect taxation, openness to foreign investment, and a liberal trade regime have all supported her resilient and well-functioning economy. Her strong focus on the IT sector has led to much faster, simpler, and efficient public services. Estonia has the third lowest business bribery risk in the world, according to Trace Matrix. Estonia benefits from the impact of these countries as a result of transference of values and principles of dignity of labor. We mustn't forget that Estonia's neighboring countries are those who based their economy on the teachings of the early Protestant Church. If only Africa can learn from this success story, we will be singing a different song. If only we can embrace development as is seen in operation following its stages, other third world countries can also become developed. It just requires perseverance. Now, we are going to see step by step what the concept of dignity of labor can do to the third world nations if embraced systematically. 1. It can take people off the street. Prior to the Protestant reformers, the streets of most countries of Europe, Germany, Italy, Geneva to name a few, were filled with drunks, gamblers, rogues, and those who made pleasure an every-time affair in pubs. It was an eyesore that the authorities in those periods found it very difficult to keep the city sane. Then came the Protestant preachers who spoke up and moved for a transformation right from their churches and into the streets. To stand against fierce mean-looking rogues who think they have been cheated by the society is a hard work to ever consider taking up. But by making a direct impact, first by orientation through fierce positive and challenging preaching, and then with action showing an example of what it means to be a responsible human being and a replica of God on the face of the earth, getting their hands dirty like engaging in labor as available in order to make an honest earning for themselves, drew an attention to what is needed to be done, and gradually people of ill-mannered natures quit the streets to get themselves a noble livelihood. 2. People were taught that they were created by God, and they themselves must become creators like God. So, it brings respect and dignity for work. Now, this means that a servant, maid, son, daughter, man, woman, lord, subject, or whatever class of the society a person belongs to, yet they are as beautiful and glorious in the sight of God as a bride adorned for her marriage, but the blind and senseless world will not see this. And out of this wisdom there has developed such a lively fanaticism, Schwennen, that the world is full of monasteries and institutions of so many different orders and factions, and everything fairly crawls and swarms with spiritual people. Ian Hart. Such was the foolishness of religion that the medieval church paid more importance to work of the priests and monks and bishops than to the ordinary work. The ordinary work was termed secular and so seen to be carnal, but the Protestant reformers rose up to correct this notion. All work, whether one done in the confines of the church, or the ones used for family or nation building, is to be regarded as work done unto God, and so should be given due respect. The designation of ordinary work as a calling gave it a high value. Calvin, like his proponent Luther, did indeed hold ordinary work in high regard, as ordained by God and even in some sense perfect. In fact, Calvin in his days regarded the same Spirit of God inspires the one skilled in his endeavor to skillfully do his work as appropriate and beneficial to God and humanity, in the same way the same Spirit of God inspires the priests, monks and bishops in their spiritual duties. Also, apart from respect, work should be seen as a special calling or vocation to which every man discovers what God has called him to. We are not in a position in which we have nothing to work with. We already have capacities, talents, direction, missions, and callings. Abraham Maslow. The reformers expatiated to the people this ideal, and then the people began taking a pattern of work as they found they had strong passion and inclination for. This helped to keep their minds in one place at a time and reduced the wandering spirit in them. What can Africa and the third world countries benefit from this? Most third world countries are significantly more religious than others, so there must be an understanding that due respect should be given to every kind of work. Therefore, unnecessary regard for those who occupy sacred or religious positions should be reduced, and all kinds of work should be given sacred regard, especially if it brings glory and praise to God. Also, it is not news that many men are now turning into the work of pastors and deacons in many African countries, and thereby there is a wide spread of churches all around. Some though are genuine, while countless others venture into the service for the benefit of quick money. And they are mostly successful because of the mere fact that people over there are prone to believe whatever they teach. Men should only go into ministry with a genuine call or passion to serve God, not as an option to make a living. Finally, people of the third world countries can begin to see their calling in the drive towards a particular profession or skill, other than the thinking that it is only in the church they can discover what God has designed for them, thereby reducing their wandering quest for an uncertain fate abroad. 3. People will begin to understand that wealth and success is not a matter of luck. Over time, people have thought that to have success or wealth is a matter of luck. There are several sayings that justify this, like the gods smiling on someone, or someone is being supported by divinity. While at times there may be few cases that have justified this, however, it is only 1 in a million. Every day, they say, is not Christmas. For centuries, among cultures all over the world, water has been regarded as sacred because it keeps us alive. Because of this, wells and springs were historically seen to have tremendous value. In fact, they were regarded as so sacred that some cultures believed there were actually spirits living in them. These spirits would grant wishes or give blessings, and people would throw in a coin to thank them. And so till today, coins are purportedly meant to be thrown into the Trevi fountain in Rome as an example, using the right hand over the left shoulder. It is so that an estimated 3,000 euros are thrown into the fountain each day, such monies that can eventually be stolen by some legitimate robbers. The question is, what wealth or success has these people gained since their involvement in this practice? I bet to say that their lives are still the same the way it was before and after. The reformers, however, came to change this frame of thought, guiding them to think more productively that wealth comes from the divine who blesses the hard work that is done. Hence, there was a total commitment to work in their time more than it ever was. What can the third world benefit from this? Fortune smiles on the hard worker, not the well-wishers. Africans in the third world nations should understand that if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Wishful thinking never amounts to anything. In fact, those who rest their oars on wishful thinking are usually the poverty-stricken ones. Therefore, the third world nations can only amass wealth by their commitment to the issue of labor. Nothing works like hard work. 4. Superstitions regarding work and wealth will be broken. Everybody will now know that wealth comes from hard work, not from some superstitious beliefs. Several tales as we know them to be today about riches dwelling on incidences of luck. How some people made wealth after encountering a genie, or how on sea voyage they discovered gold kept away under some rocks or the sea. These are all fairy tales. It is good for the ears of kids who like to wander in a world of imagination, but in reality things are different. Wealth is made by consistency and hard work. The Protestant reformers taught that God only blesses the hand that labors, and it is from such hard work and knowledge of how to have wise investments that wealth is created. Hence, the people's obnoxious beliefs of waiting for a particular time when they will suddenly make money pummeled out. People began to shift their focus from mere imaginations to productive thinking that gradually led to inventions of machines which furthered the development and further gave birth to Europe's industrialization. Our African mentality can change drastically too. More industries can spring up as well as greater inventions. We have good reports nowadays about some youngsters, home and abroad, who are really making waves with their inventions. This kind of stories can be the norm if only we stamp out superstitious beliefs that are entrenched in our minds. 5. The society will be taught to respect all workers. During the medieval period, there was a large division between those who worked and those who didn't have to work. The former were called superiors while the latter were inferiors. The inferiors constituted a huge number, and were usually poor laymen that worked for the rich people tirelessly to make ends meet. The reformers taught and wrote that every man will give an account to God on how they both lived their lives and the work they did, so there is no point being pompous. All workers were to be respected because they constituted largely on the growth of the society, and so society should give more respect to the inferiors, for without them they cease to be who they are. Today in our African society, it is such a shame to see how the rich people treat their fellow brothers with contempt, all because they are doing odd jobs or menial work. This can be corrected if the principle of dignity of labor is diligently applied to our daily lives, and then once there is respect, pride in one's work will automatically take over. People won't have to work only to make ends meet, but for pride and respect derived from it. 6. Each worker, no matter the level, will know he is participating in the process of creation with God, hence, the dignity. One crucial factor derived from the teachings of the Protestant reformers was the fact that there was a general consensus gained from their persistent teaching, and the effectiveness of their teaching made it a shame not to be involved with the movement. There was a collective understanding within most of the Europeans that brought about a revival that went wild in most European countries. They saw the essence of work and upheld the honor to be part of the process of creation with God. This honor pushed them to value life, their neighbors, the environment around them, and of course time committed to work. The question is, how much of these culture Africans have picked up? Very few, I will say. Only few Africans who are well read or happen to be taught by their work-cultured predecessors are well ingrained in this kind of attitude towards work. Africans in the third world countries need to take up the culture of work with pride, especially when having an understanding that they are working side by side with their Creator God. 7. Every worker will know that by working, he or she is releasing the nature of God in him or her, and so becoming creative just like God is creative. The Protestant reformers often taught that God had made man to work. They taught that immediately after man was created, the instruction God gave was to cultivate the garden that God put him. This is a form of lease. The earth was leased to man on the condition that he busies himself cultivating it. It follows from this that men were made to employ themselves doing something, and not to be lazy and idle. Their teaching gave the people an understanding that while they work, they gradually release the nature of God in them, because in the process they discover problems, and while they tackle them, they become incisive in their work and so engage in production and creation. These teaching moved the Europeans as they took into their practice and continued with the art of observation, practice, and inquiry. Technology began to thrive as a result of this wake-up call, even though it was gradual, and then continued as this principle was handed down from generation to generation. The third world countries can learn from this principle. Our orientation can change. Every man can discover himself through work more than any other thing. Our creativity can spin like wool, and we can fashion our own world as we want it to be, and then in no time we can begin to compete in technology too, the same way China and India are rising up. It only takes a disciplined mind. 8. In the process factories, industries will begin to spring up all over the place. Historians considered the impact of Protestant reformers as one of the causes of industrialization in Europe and later on in America. They considered them, i.e. the Protestants of 1760s and 1830s, as an entrepreneurial class which believed in progress, technology, and hard work. This period was marked with a major shift in technological, socio-economic, and cultural conditions that began in Britain and then spread throughout the world. The impact of the reformers on the European continent led to industrial revolution, with 75% of inventions and discoveries being credited to Protestants who were taught and continued to teach others on the culture of dignity of labor. Today, thanks to some of the knowledge gained in institutions, and those demonstrated in technical schools, there are some local technology that has been discovered and used in production, yet it is nothing compared to what is needed to have most of our countries industrialized. Golden nuggets. One of the most important things that can move a nation forward is for the nation to define its own mission statement and to do all within its reach to uphold it. Martin Luther's teachings dwells on the Christian self-denial, which has both a Godward aspect, which involves living not for oneself but for the glory of God, and a manward aspect, which involves seeking the good of one's neighbor rather than one's own good. John Calvin and other societal reformers spoke the truth that shook their world, even though many of them bore the pains inherent up to the point of laying down their lives, but it is quite unfortunate that most of our famous preachers today have given little respect to this principle. Every man must be encouraged to work. Be not fooled by any preacher regardless of his or her fame. Work is the real way we manifest God's image here on earth. It is the pursuit of happiness earned from labor that breaks nations away from poverty and from mediocrity. It is no wonder the early Protestants believed in such a value that they recognized it is realizable by applying dignity to labor. The early Protestants simplified it by writing out principles that guided their daily affairs, part of which includes the idea and belief that all work comes from God, all jobs must be respected, because they are being done unto God. Most people will quit the idea of traveling abroad if only they can be assured of their sustenance as well as their families. So they just need to be supported, or an environment where they can thrive created for them. The concept of dignity of labor revolutionized most parts of Western Europe. It can do the same in Africa. Fortune smiles on the hard worker, not the well-wishers. The society was taught to respect all workers, and superstition regarding work and wealth was broken, while everybody now knew that wealth comes from hard work, not from some superstitious beliefs. The honor to be a co-creator with God on earth pushes people to value life, their neighbors, the environment around them, and of course time committed to work. Practical exercises. 01. Do you think your nation has the potential for all-round transformation? Do you want to be a part of those who will transform it? 02. What is your work culture? Do you have a motto that clearly and simply states and explains this culture? Does it support or bring dignity to labor? 03. If there is no work culture, what can you do to create or develop one that will be well emulated? 04. Are you a pastor, servant of God, or religious leader? In what way are you bringing dignity to labor? How can you spread this message from the pulpit? 05. What is your kind of work geared towards the service of mankind alone, personal gains, or both? 06. What are the doctrines or teachings you've consistently heard from the pulpit of your church or religious environment? Do they support or build on the principles of hard work, or do they condemn it? 07. Do you believe in the principle of everybody gets a job? What are you doing to ensure that everyone gets something to do? 08. How can you make life easier for the less privileged? How can you get them trained and empowered to do something skillful and productive? 09. There are parts of your nation that is totally about people who engage in crime, prostitution, or hooliganism. How can you, with a team of reliable like minds, bring transformation to them? 10. How will you feel to be a part of change that will not only transform our societies, but also generations? Chapter 4. The present culture. In our society. In the wake of 21st century, the U.S. financial sector experienced a major catastrophe. The volatile stock market, induced by the subprime market, led to the default of Lehman Brothers, and subsequently to a massive global crisis. Citizens experienced hardship and several people were out of jobs, while those who had one still sought for other means to survive. Nigeria and other parts of the world were not left out in the economic meltdown. As a result, people began to seek solutions to their financial problems. This sense of desperation in the major economic centers of the world opened the doors for a lot of dubious characters and schemes also rising up as new private businesses. I remember several cases that I had close encounters with, and those that were told by friends and families back home in Nigeria. It was one of those seasons when pastors of churches, in the bid to help the communities in the grassroots, got information from unknown sources who were probably their colleagues or seniors in ministry about several methods to make money in town without having to go through a lot of stress. And been equipped with this information and with scriptures from the Holy Bible that backs up this idea, some pastors stormed the pulpit using about a whole month of teaching, challenging members in the church not to sit down with folded arms, as that leads to poverty. Being good orators as these pastors were, or well respected in the community, many people gave into some of these schemes. Many, though, operated out of ignorance, as they just didn't know any better, as it was a new innovation in business. Some of these included short-term and long-term investments. The long-term investments required buying shares or bonds, or real estate businesses, and many others, but unfortunately many of the members couldn't do this, so they opted for the short-term schemes, which had to do with learning new skills or vocations like repairing computers and mobile phones, or designing softwares, and so on. The most lucrative and mouth-watering of all was in a marketing scheme run by some companies back then. Some of these are well known to Nigerians living in Nigeria, as many participated in it, and some hit the headlines of news reports. These marketing schemes took such names as Wealth Solutions and Pennywise. If you as a reader are Nigerian, this will surely ring a bell in your mind. And if not, you probably know some of these schemes that are destroying the lives of people in your own country. Back to the story, the pastor and many of his members ended up throwing away so much money to professional scammers, which caused a great rancor between them in the end. It is truly disheartening for a man of God to be involved in such stories and such a congregation as those to allow themselves to be deceived. Today, the story still continues in a larger scale, bringing to ruins the lives of so many people all around the world who are not well informed in investments and businesses, both old and young, hoping in what it could yield while they were either retiring or going into new businesses. These kinds of stories are proliferated all around the metropolitan cities in the world. Stories of con artists, internet scammers, and other dubious marketing schemes, sometimes involving big names on the news in or working with government, prestigious banks, brokerage, and investment houses that later will put up a disclaimer alert. They are all called the get-rich-quick schemes, GRQS. Get-rich schemes, aka money doublers, are schemes that promise to make a person extremely wealthy over a short period of time, often with little or no effort, and at no risk. We need to understand that there is nothing such as get-rich-quick or money doubler. the scheme of this nature is usually aimed to exploit or steal people's hard-earned money. They are baits, traps set for the desperate or the unscrupulous to lose their money within the twinkling of the eye. People should sit down and study the lives of those who made the great wealth being spoken about today. Most of them spent most of their lives in hard work without little or no compromise. The rest is fortune smiling on them. So, thinking one can make so much money overnight through all these schemes is the biggest joke of the year. Nothing worth having comes easy. Theodore Roosevelt. I believe that for Nigeria and other third world countries to truly become developed, we must change the culture and attitude of our people towards work. In my observations, I see that the culture that is prevalent right now in Nigeria and many parts of Africa is this culture of get rich quick. What does the culture of get rich quick do to our people? 1. Young men only wish to do prestigious work. Since get-rich-quick schemes has become the norm, there is a loss of passion towards work that brings honorable rewards, and the result is that it brews in the minds of our young men desire only to engage in prestigious work. Since many of those who design these get-rich-quick schemes are from the high cadre of the society. 2. Our young people look for quick answers and solutions. The government has failed her people. Most business icons have also let down their followers. This is serious backlash on the society. Now, there is pressure everywhere, and it seems more of these youths who are starting up life are just looking for answers and solutions as fast as they can get it. This is all in an attempt to be able to live a meaningful life. They don't tend to see any reason why they shouldn't have what others are having, hence, their desperation. 3. People want to get something for nothing. The culture of get rich quick breaks the moral code in the minds of people. In most cases, the minds of people have been ingrained with morals and ethics while growing up. But with this culture of get rich quick, there is a loss of the desire to invest time, energy, and resources in honest ventures. They are all out to make easy and fast money without caring whose ox is gored. This is reflected in the way people live their lives and their approach to business and services. Quality is no longer appreciated, rather, it is quantity. This demeans our value system. 4. They look down at people who are engaged in manual labor. Today, the behavior of those who have made it rich quick towards those who are striving to make ends meet doing manual labor is with disdain. There is so much aggression and disrespect for them, as if they were the ones who denied them a living earlier, or the manual labor itself were a disease of a kind. There is no value for the lives of their fellow man anymore. They become puffed up and proud. They brag about what wealth they have and can go as far as showing off in parties, or by buying Porsche cars and build mansions in the highbrow areas. We see them in the cities and when they come into Europe or other big countries. This is as a result of the get-rich-quick schemes. When other youths see this lifestyle, it devalues the image of those who earn an honest wage, and they lose interest in pursuing an honest living. They make no sense of the dignity of labor. 5. Fraudulent money schemes are prevalent in the society. We just need to keep up with the news or social media, and we will hear such disgusting stories of fraudsters now in our society, and it is very sad that a whole bunch of them are youths. Corruption is also the harbinger for these fraudulent schemes in our countries. A corrupt society is not a product of bad government or leadership. That would be a fallacy to even think in that line of direction. A corrupt society is a full-blown manifestation of corrupt value system, defaced essence of life, lack of or the misunderstanding of humanity and communality. Our present individual value system is not at all in the right order, if at all it is valuable, and consequently the proliferation of corruption and menace in our society. Corruption usually starts from the individual, and if this becomes the norm, then these schemes will also plague the government and the society. Because there are no checks in place. If they are easily bypassed by the issuance of bribes. I will, for the sake of emphasis, outline a number of these schemes here that is scattered on the internet just for your awareness. Types. Description: 1. Nigerian letter scam or 419 fraud. Nigerian letter scam combined the threat of impersonation fraud with a variation of an advance fee scheme in which a letter mailed or emailed from Nigeria offers the recipient the opportunity to share in a percentage of millions of dollars that the author, a self-proclaimed government official, is trying to transfer illegally out of Nigeria. There are many other variations of such letters. It is all about impersonation with the aim to defraud. 2. Non-delivery of merchandise. Non-delivery of merchandise is a scheme most often linked to internet auction fraud, but also can be considered a form of business fraud in certain cases. 3. Investment fraud. Investment fraud is an offer using false or fraudulent claims to solicit investments or loans, or providing for the purchase, use, or trade of forged or counterfeit securities. 4. Ponzi schemes. Ponzi schemes promise high financial returns or dividends not available through traditional investments. Instead of investing the funds of victims, however, the con artist pays dividends to initial investors using the funds of subsequent investors. 5. Telemarketing fraud. When you send money to people you do not know personally, or give personal or financial information to unknown callers, you increase your chances of becoming a victim of telemarketing fraud. 6. Redemption/strawman/bond fraud. This scheme predominantly uses fraudulent financial documents often referred to as bills of exchange, promissory bonds, indemnity bonds, offset bonds, sight drafts, or controller's warrants that appear to be legitimate. 7. Prime bank note fraud. The purpose of these frauds is generally to encourage the victim to send money to a foreign bank, where it is eventually transferred to an offshore account in the control of the con artist. From there, the victim's money is used for the perpetrator's personal expenses, or is laundered in an effort to make it disappear. 8. Credit card fraud. Credit card fraud is the unauthorized use of a credit or debit card, or card number, to fraudulently obtain money or property. 9. Internet auction fraud. Consumers are strongly cautioned against entering into internet auction transactions with subjects exhibiting irregular behavior or making odd payment requests. 10. Healthcare fraud or health. The FBI is the primary investigative agency involved in the fight against healthcare fraud, with jurisdiction over both federal and private insurance programs. Insurance fraud. 11. Letter of credit fraud. Letters of credit frauds are often attempted against banks by providing false documentation to show that goods were shipped when, in fact, no goods or inferior goods were shipped. 12. Counterfeit prescription drugs. Counterfeit prescription drugs are illegal, fake medicines that may be hazardous to your health. 13. Pyramid schemes. As in Ponzi schemes, the money collected from newer victims of pyramid schemes is paid to earlier victims to provide a veneer of legitimacy. In pyramid schemes, however, the victims themselves are induced to recruit further victims through the payment of recruitment commissions. 14. Fraud against seniors. Senior citizens should be especially aware of fraud schemes targeting their lifestyle and savings, and follow a series of tips to protect themselves and their family members from fraud. 15. Fraudulent cosmetics and anti-aging products. The internet has given consumers widespread access to health and beauty products, including anti-aging products, which they do not know are fake. 16. Market manipulation, pump and dump fraud. This scheme, commonly referred to as a pump and dump, creates artificial buying pressure for a targeted security, generally a low trading volume issuer in the over-the-counter securities market, largely controlled by the perpetrators. 17. Funeral and cemetery fraud. Regulations for prepaid funeral services vary from state to state, providing a window of opportunity for unscrupulous operators to overcharge expenses and list themselves as beneficiaries. 18. Internet fraud. Internet fraud is the use of internet services or software with internet access to defraud victims or to otherwise take advantage of them. 19. Business fraud. Business fraud consists of activities undertaken by an individual or company in a dishonest or illegal manner designed to be advantageous to the perpetrating person or establishment. 20. Advance fee schemes. An advance fee scheme occurs when the victim pays money to someone in anticipation of receiving something of greater value, such as a loan, contract, investment, or gift, and then receives little or nothing in return. 21. Identity theft. Identity theft occurs when someone assumes your identity to perform a fraud or other criminal act. 22. Reverse mortgage scams. Reverse mortgage scams are engineered by unscrupulous professionals in a multitude of real estate, financial services, and related companies to steal the equity from the property of unsuspecting senior citizens, or to use these seniors to unwittingly aid the fraudsters in stealing equity from a flipped property. 6. Armed robbery. Theft becomes the order of the day. Nigeria or any other third world country is not like the US, where a citizen can easily get licensed to carry guns around. Then the question arises, where do the robbers get the powerful arms from? You know the answer already: the so-called government, who have sworn to protect the country and its citizens. If the leadership and the top officials cannot release adequate welfare to the security system of the state, it is not difficult for the hungry armed force men to look for other means, such as selling arms to those who can pay for it. And so you can't really blame the robbers or the pickpockets. They were given the license to do so. A lot of our youths think they are not doing anything wrong by participating in MMM or other Ponzi schemes. They think they are better than the armed robbers, thieves, and corrupt politicians, but in actual fact, by doing the same thing they are doing. The only difference there is between them and the thieves and robbers is, while thieves and robbers attack with guns and weapons to deprive people of their possessions, these youths and their MMM companions yet carry a more subtle and dangerous weapon of deceit, lies, and cunningness, used in causing greater harm to other people. In my own opinion, however, the participants of Ponzi schemes and pyramids like MMM are even worse, because the corrupt politicians steal from government coffers, but these youths steal from already poor and desperate fellow citizens in the most unsuspecting manner. 7. People don't believe that hard work is worth it. Today, it is difficult to convince young ones that there is pride in working hard. You will usually be laughed at, and if you are not, you will probably be admired as being a mere eloquent speaker, but without effect. You then need more than the anointing to change their belief. Youths and children of nowadays need to be convinced in what is practical, and get-rich-quick schemes is more practical to them. It is a waste of time to put their energies in hard work when they can easily swindle the unscrupulous. That's fast money that they easily blow away in the same destructive ways that brought it forth in the first place: fast cars, alcohol, parties, etc. To me personally, I think the biggest evil that these schemes bring to the country, like any other country in the world, is the utterance and negative effects it brings to the culture and the value system of our people. These schemes propagate the culture of getting something for nothing. These schemes discourage the virtue of delayed gratification. What schemes like MMM and others are doing is to invite people to neglect hard work and dignity of labor, while expecting them to harvest where they have not sowed. Princes eat in the morning because they are expecting to get something for nothing. These youths eat in the morning because they just want to lie in their beds, not working, not doing anything, yet reaping off their friends, relatives, and colleagues through their 360% a year returns. This is the reason why they have already lost. They will reap sooner or later sorrows and losses. 8. Some people begin to think that there is no natural process to success, hence, the fraudulent novel rich, swindlers, drug pushers, 419 scammers, etc., begin to become respected in the society. Over time, when a lie is told consistently, it suddenly becomes the truth to those who have heard it. I believe some parents might have imbued teachings on morals and honesty and diligence and hard work in their children, but the society has not just reproduced it, and they have personally not benefited from these legacies, but at the taste of fraudulent means they suddenly began to enjoy life. This is sad. I know a young boy whose mother, a petty trader, in the bid to ensure her son fulfills his dream of studying abroad, sold all she had to pay for the first year, and his flight ticket, but she told him that is all she could do. You have to continue this journey on your own. He found himself in an unaccredited institution in Georgia, Eastern Europe. He couldn't find a job and all went rough. His lament couldn't solve any problem. Most of his folks at home turned their back on him. Friends he found in the city where he was studying deserted him. The only thing that seemed to work was the internet fraud schemes, which he picked up, and in a few months he bought his own car and put himself in one of the best universities, and since then it seems life was okay. This is the deception of temporary riches that blinds the eyes of these youths from the unavoidable consequences that would come to haunt them as punishment for the evil they have gotten themselves involved in. Many of these young men, and unfortunately ladies too, are now the respected people in their own villages, towns and cities. In fact, being blind to the consequences and reparations of their children's practices, other parents provoke their own kids to join this new wave as they cannot see why they can't be like the other young people who are making it. This is a really sad turn of events. 9. The escapist mentalist becomes prevalent, giving birth to the syndrome of economic refugees. Now, it is generally believed that traveling abroad, to any country, outside the third world countries has become an escape route out of poverty. Travel agencies are now making money more than ever. They just find a country that they have opportunity of obtaining visas to. They try to find companies or institutions to stand as their agents and paint beautiful pictures of the country that is flowing with milk and honey, that their clients only need to get there, as if the jobs are already waiting for them. They make them believe that they can work while studying and so on. Many of these people sell their properties, gather their life savings, and get these expensive tickets only for them to arrive poverty-stricken in other countries, and they end up in prostitution or fraudulent schemes. 10. Our young people look for quick answers and solutions. Our economic terrain in the third world countries is steep and up to the point where making money has become a Herculean task. The succession of corruption and its lack of consequence have made our youths to lose any desire for hard work, and honest living has become a thing of the past. The get-rich-quick scheme has become their only means of survival. It is so proliferated that it has eaten deep into their minds. It shows the level of ignorance in our third world countries, which is aiming to become first world nations. Rather than go through due process to produce quality goods or services, they would go in search of dubious schemes to siphon money from the gullible, inattentive people, or customers they patronize. And to crown it all, they often celebrate this as part of their success. This is a derailed way to live a life that is meant to reproduce virtues, honor, and value. Our youths must turn back to adding value to their lives. Environment and nations, by ensuring enough time and resources are devoted to producing products that will improve the lives of others. I wish to use this medium to appeal to their conscience to stop engaging in these get-rich-quick schemes. Golden nuggets. A corrupt society is not a product of bad government or leadership. That would be a fallacy to even think in that line of direction. A corrupt society is a full-blown manifestation of corrupt value system, defaced essence of life, lack of or the misunderstanding of humanity and communality. Our present individual value system is not at all in the right order, if at all it is valuable, and consequently the proliferation of corruption and menace in our society. There is nothing such as get-rich-quick or money doublers. The scheme of this nature is usually aimed to exploit or steal people's hard-earned money. There is nothing wrong in trying to make good money, but it is a big problem when people do not see that these get-rich-quick schemes are baits, traps set for the greedy, desperate, or the unscrupulous to lose their money within the twinkling of the eye. To do good business, people should sit down and study the lives of those who made the great wealth being spoken about today, and learn from them. Thinking one can make so much money overnight through all these schemes is really the biggest joke of the year. This isn't the time to apportion blames or point fingers at those who are doing these dirty deals, even though it will be good to do so, especially when we know them, so that they can be dealt with. But this is the time to go back to our roots, to go back to the drawing board and correct our fundamental errors, to go back to the family, the foundational institute that gives birth to the society, and put things in their right perspectives. We people of Nigeria, as well as citizens in the third world countries, must arise and be up and doing to clean up our mess and send the right message to the world that we are really blessed nations and are able to correct our own flaws. Practical exercises. 01. Have you ever been involved in get-rich schemes? What was your experience like, positive or negative? 02. From this chapter, is it clear to you that proper research is needed for any kind of business venture before you get into it? 03. Do you know the consequences of ignorance? What are you doing to prevent yourself from paying for these consequences? 04. From the lessons learnt in this chapter, Would you rather look for fast money, or open your mind to think of credible ways to make the lives of people better while you are being rewarded for it? 05. Do you think it is better to pursue quick answers to problems, or to build a sustainable system that would generate continuous solutions to problems? 06. Why do you think people would rather invest in fake or low-quality products? How can you motivate people to buy quality products instead of inferior goods? W. 07. Do you agree that corruption begins from the lack of good morals and values? How can you begin to correct this from your mind, home and social engagements? 08. Are you into services or buying and selling? What is the motto of your business? Does it address this issue of corruption? 09. What do you think of delayed gratification? Would you rather build a trustworthy business that would later become a trademark for its reliance on integrity, or would you compromise your integrity for quick sums of money? 10. From this chapter, have you been able to recognize several schemes that scammers use on people? How much of them can you trace? What will you do in order to correct these schemes in the society? Chapter 5. The need for a change. In people's mindset over labor reorientation. When we speak in terms of change, most people usually envision an outward act that shows new character or attitude, which of course is what is expected, but with a much better understanding, change is more of an inner diversion from previous flow of thought and choices made, which leads to that outward behavior that is seen by all and sundry. We cannot enforce change by combating the societal ills and crime, as an example, with coercion and ammunition. If done in this way, then it is authoritarian, tyrannical, and despotic. Human beings have a personal will that cannot be thwarted by any of the legal means above. Instead, human beings respond positively to change when they are convinced and convicted. We resist transition not because we can't accept the change, but because we can't accept letting go of that piece of ourselves that we have to give up when and because the situation has changed. William Bridges. Every major outward change towards labor must first begin in the mind. So, for us to expect development in our nations, we must first bring development to the minds and understanding of our people. It is not the resources that make a nation prosper, it is the value system, the system that honors labor. A nation's development, as I have emphasized earlier, is not dependent on the natural or physical or environmental resources. If that were the case, there would be no need for the hordes of slaves captured and made to work in those American and European farm plantations during the slave trade. A nation's development is dependent on the quality of manpower available. The plantations were buoyant enough to yield agricultural produce, but the bourgeoisies understood that they needed manpower to bring about great harvests they had envisioned, hence their search for laborers. However, as time has changed, this quality isn't only limited to physical power but more of mental skill. Today's world is that of an advanced technology compared to a century ago. To make an input, it requires ability to create new knowledge that meets the demands of problems constituted by modern man. At the beginning of the 20th century, Henry Ford decided to launch the Model T brand of the car business, which is what we now know as the automobiles. At that time, cars were rare. They were luxuries for the rich class, and so complicated that they couldn't be well handled, and so Ford decided to break the jinx. His intention was to create a simple product that will not only attract the richer class, but will be affordable and loved by everyone. Over time, Ford had mastered the art and science of analysis. He understood how cars were manufactured, how they functioned, and, just as important, how to make their parts and get it functioning. It is no surprise that by 1908, from his wealth of knowledge and experience combined with the latest industrial trends, created an assembly line and interchangeable parts in order to assemble a car more quickly than anyone had done before. With 45 steps, his workers could manufacture an automobile in just over 90 minutes, as against about 13 hours it took a decade ago. Hence, just 5 years into Ford Motor Company, he was ready to unveil the car that would change the world. By lowering costs as much as he did, he was able to sell it to the common American, his employees first and foremost. He was an innovator. He didn't invent the car, he reinvented it. America was known with the consumer culture until Ford fast-forwarded the process of industrialization that completely affected America and Europe. He did not only revolutionize transportation, but he created a huge market for other industries too. Car production catalyzed enormous growth in steel, rubber, glass, and petroleum industries while billions of dollars were poured into highway construction. Other business establishments could not but imitate Ford when his factories could produce a car every 90 minutes. By 1927, Ford Motor Company was producing a car every 24 seconds, an alarming result that shook the Industrial Revolution, and about 4 million workers had the automobile by 1929, a dream come true. But who was Henry Ford prior to this testimony? He was the son of a farmer, William Ford, a man who probably had hoped that his son would someday take over their farm in Dearborn, Michigan. Henry Ford's story is that of a man driven by desire for progress that comes from development, plunging himself to mental and physical work, a tinkerer that later produced outstanding results. The beautiful thing about the change that we see is not the manifestations, but the internal stirring which led to a diversion from a supposed farmer's mindset and expectation to a technological revivalist. To the third world nations, the change we quest for outwardly must first be attained inwardly. What happens with us when we go through reorientation is that the destructive mindset of work as a curse will be altered. In Nigeria today, it is now a norm and advocated that if you are truly blessed and a Christian, you don't need to work hard, quoting scriptural verses like "the race is not to the swift" to back this up. I even heard statements like, "A day of favor is better than 1,000 years of labor." To make things worse, this type of teachings are actually coming from our pulpits. We call ourselves Protestants, but we have totally departed from the teachings of the early Protestants. Martin Luther, John Wesley and John Calvin. At the hearing of these kinds of teaching we are now feeding the people of God with would turn in their graves. It is such a high display of hypocrisy. If work were really to be a curse, then what that means is that God is cursed too, because God is a hard worker, He has been working, and is still working, and will always do. This is falsehood of the highest order. God is the initiator of work, and in fact for Christians who read the Holy Bible, God had established man to work before he sinned and before the judgment came upon him, and by the way it was the ground that man was to work that was cursed eventually, and that same ground has been redeemed by the blood of Christ. Asides time, work is the second best thing God has given to us. It is more important than vacation or any other pleasurable thing. In fact, when a man understands the purpose of work and its benefit, it becomes pleasurable. There comes a surge of energy that drives one to commit oneself to it. What happens when we work is likened to what happens when we peel an onion bulb. It reveals the power inherent, and the more we peel, the more the power emitted. When God works, He reveals who and what He is, which, unlike the onion bulb, is unlimited. And since we are His image, then we take after Him. Until we work, we will never amount to anything. Until we work, we will have the thinking that we are mere humans who are weak. Until we work, we will continue to live in self-pity and abject poverty, but the moment we begin to work, we will discover a depth and wealth of resources. We will discover so much possibilities, potentials, talents and skill that is deposited in each and every one of us, which are inexhaustible. Enough is enough listening to preachers who don't know any better. We are not meant to live on miracles, favors or luck. We are created to rule the world. Look around you. All what you see in the form of development are the input of men like you and I. The solution of affecting change in people's mindset as regards labor. Work is not supposed to be a once-in-a-while engagement, but a daily affair. Some people claim that the weekend are supposed to be off work. I say, if the weekend is what you need to finish that invention or save lives, then don't hesitate. The Sabbath was made for man, not the other way round. We are so much blinded by our religion that we can't apply common sense anymore. If a woman is in labor, can we intercept the laws of nature and prohibit her from bearing her child all because it is on a Saturday or Sunday? If we claim not to work on weekends, then our bodies also should go to rest. Our system also should shut itself down. So much blindfolding has taken up our reasoning, and that is why we are still a third world nation. Wake up, people. The solutions to the change that we all need is in bringing back dignity to labor that leads to development through a persuasion that is consistent and that can gain grounds nationally. First, it begins with people having a personal conviction that we all need to change our thinking and attitude towards work and the dignity we are supposed to attach to it. When people meet their friends and colleagues, most of the things they discuss are about themselves, their businesses and families, which are good things to do, but when it comes to nation building, we are passive. We see several societal ills and we blame the government, meanwhile we are the government ourselves. Our voice counts. When we agree together and say we want something and go ahead to get it, then it will materialize, but when we are passive, or we wait for some kind of miracle or someone to gear us up, then things will always remain the same. Hence, we must be proactive as individuals in our countries. A passive and ignorant citizenry will never create a sustainable world. Andrew Gaines. Next, social or religious and economic groups can speak up for the dignity of labor within the confines of their influence and then propagate it to their surroundings. These three areas are those which bring families together to form a community. They all have great influence on each community. The teaching of morals and values should never be exempted from their daily affair. In fact, they owe it as a responsibility to the people. Hence, there is no reason for passiveness or nonchalant attitude. These groups mold the minds of the people, especially teenagers and youths. Therefore, their contribution in these reorientation process should never be underestimated, and the leaders inherent should make it a priority to teach the value of dignity of labor. Furthermore, the ministry responsible for labor and employment should wake up to this clarion call. They can argue about what they are doing in the shores of the country, but labor, as we know, is not only limited to one's own confines, but they should be encouraged by all foreign missions worldwide to be involved in the reorientation of their citizens overseas. Orientation and motivation on labor and its dignity must be encouraged by the national administrative government of our third world nations, so that from the grassroots of every community the whole nation understands the impact of what one man can do to bring development in our nations, or in any other third world nation for that matter. Non-governmental organizations and business groups can also take it up as a community social responsibility (CSR) project. Business organizations attract more attention when they show that they are people and societal oriented. By involving in proffering pragmatic solutions and bringing this practicable solution to problems and applying it as a model that other establishments can copy, they earn themselves a name and a very good image in the eyes of the public. And since industries and business organizations are likely to protect their assets, interests, and positions for a long time, then they should also be prepared to yield themselves to the yearnings of the people they claim to serve. So, it is a must to take part in this orientation process. Non-governmental organizations can work with schools and the media to bring about the orientation we are talking about. The dignity of labor is a viable project worth considering and funded. Ideas to support this orientation should be welcomed from artists and dramatists and other means to create a functional and effective awareness. The media should support, design, and open debates on the dignity of labor. They should collaborate with these NGOs and take the messages all over every corner of the states and country. How about the youths? In this world where the youths have a language of their own, we must speak to them in the language they understand. Through music, the arts, and social media, they can become reoriented. It takes devotion to the course. I am sure we have youths who are already role models in different fields and areas of interests. These icons can be motivated to share their stories based on what dignity they put to the work they do. It is all about work. It is a serious business. Political parties can put it in their priority list not merely as a form of propaganda canvassing for votes, but as a means to show their practical loyalty to nation building. When their impact is seen in what is necessary for the growth of the nation, then it will give the electorates the belief that they can be trusted. It is not enough to talk and make empty promises. Talk is cheap, action is what is needed and is what must be done. Political parties and activists must grab the bull by the horns in this matter. And finally, it should be passed as a bill in the Parliament and signed into law, which should be enforced tactically and practically. What the government of Nigeria and other third world countries must do is to start a massive reorientation campaign in the culture of dignity of labor. We must bring back dignity to hard work. Our people must once again realize that it is only hard work and excellence that leads to wealth creation. It must once again become a common knowledge to our people that it is only the wealth that we create that we share. From our primary schools to secondary schools, to tertiary institutions, there must be a mass campaign to educate our people in the value of labor. If we in Nigeria and Africa generally are to experience a true national transformation, we must purposefully begin a campaign for national reorientation. Golden nuggets. Change is more of an inner diversion from previous flow of thought and choices made, which leads to that outward behavior that is seen and appreciated by all and sundry. Every major outward change towards labor must first begin in the mind. So, for us to expect development in our nations, we must first bring development to the minds and understanding of our people. Time has changed, and so also has the need for physical power in the process of labor. Now there is a need for mental skill. Today's world is that of an advanced technology compared to a century ago. To make a quality input that brings dignity to labor, it requires ability to create new knowledge that meets the demands of problems constituted by modern man. Henry Ford changed America, which was earlier known for its consumer culture, by fast-forwarding the process of industrialization. This he did as a result of a mental shift towards labor. The third world countries can take the lead also in industrialization and innovation. It only depends on willing and creative minds. We don't even have to be experts to think of ideas or prototypes that can change how we live, work, and interact. The solutions to the change that we all need is in bringing back dignity to labor that leads to development through a persuasion that is consistent and that can gain grounds nationally. First, it begins with people having a personal conviction that we all need to change our thinking and attitude towards work and the dignity we are supposed to attach to it. Next, social or religious and economic groups can speak up for the dignity of labor within the confines of their influence and then propagate it to their surroundings. Furthermore, the ministry responsible for labor and employment of our third world countries should wake up to this clarion call. Also, non-governmental organizations can work with schools and the media to bring about the orientation we are talking about. Political parties can put dignity of labor in their priority list, not merely as a form of propaganda canvassing for votes, but as a means to show their practical loyalty to nation building. Finally, it should be passed as a bill in the parliament of our nations, vetoed and made a law which should be enforced tactically and practically, not by coercion. If all hands can be on deck, our third world nations will experience a change so much that world will be blown away. Practical exercises. 01. How do you respond to change? What are you willing to let go for positive change towards dignity of labor? 02. What are the practical ways you think change that leads to dignity of labor can really take place in our third world nations? 03. What is that burning passion in your mind towards bringing dignity to labor around you or in the polity? Do you think by affecting it, it can bring positive change in your locality? 04. What areas do you think people in your area needs reorientation towards labor? How can you bring together like minds to establish a project of reorientation about labor and effect bring dignity to labor from your locality? 05. How can you influence your social, cultural, or religious group to start a campaign for this change that will lead to dignity of labor? 06. Would you write a petition to your local government or municipal about the present situation in your locality? Or how can you involve them in the good work you are doing or are about to do, i.e., dignity of labor orientation and change programs? 07. What value will you place on setting up an NGO for the purpose of reorienting youths and even young adults towards dignity of labor? 08. How can you partner with schools, colleges, universities, and the media to popularize this change through programs that drive reorientation? 09. Are you active in politics? Do you think it is important to move political parties, or even the government, to actively engage people in reorientation programs that will lead to dignity of labor? 10. Do you think by bringing dignity to labor, citizens may see the impact of the government and the nation and gear them up to take part in nation building? Chapter 6. World Transformation. Through dignity of labor. Part A, pursuit of miracles rather than bring dignity to labor. Nigeria, as many other third world nations, is known as a dumping ground of several kinds of ideas or cultures and philosophies that is taken up and used most at times out of the context of these ideas and ideals. It is a pity that we have lost our heritage and culture to the hands of westernization. Africa has always been known to be full of people who have a drive for work. No wonder the slave masters came to capture and export them to the plantations in Europe and America. And even after the abolishment of slave trade, the colonial masters still came to meet nations of able-bodied men who turned barren lands to fruitful fields of great produce. Nevertheless, some of the beautiful things that colonialism did for us, especially in Nigeria, is to bring the nation together, help in the spread of the message of Jesus Christ, which mainly is salvation, and encourage education in the language that is now unifying the world. But while these were going on, we took hook, line and sinker the culture of the Westerners, the good, the bad and ugly, especially cultures that rose up out of degradation of the human mind and pursuit of vanity. It is quite normal to copy. What we have that is changing the world today was copied. What is obtainable in Nigeria today, i.e. the message of salvation, came from Europe and America, but when we copy, it must be done with caution. When there was a new wave of the Holy Ghost baptism, and it was copied and transported to Nigeria, it was a good thing because it is scripturally based and supported, thanks to God. But when the message of prosperity began to spread, those who adopted it did not put some checks and balances to it. They totally forgot or lacked the understanding that miracles are temporary solutions to solve the financial or economic problems of people. Miracles are heaven's response to man's difficulties as a mark that God still loves humanity. Miracles are ways to spell out to humanity that God still exists. However, they did not bother teaching how to sustain these miracles. The early Protestants who brought the message of salvation and the kingdom of God focused on forming the nature of God in people. This is why many of them became martyrs in the name of evangelism and winning souls for Christ. But today our present Protestants are focused on gratifying the needs of the people, a sharp contrast to the original message. Out of frustration themselves, or in the bid to help the people get out of poverty, they have mixed and mingled the main message, and so diluted it to the point that Christianity is now a commodity and a business strategy used in the churches. These unbaked prosperity preachers who lack understanding have made life more miserable for their hearers. The main message of Jesus Christ speaks about pursuing the kingdom of God and its righteousness, and every other thing, including wealth or possession, will be added to the pursuer. But now it is the other way round. They are pursuing those other things, including wealth and possessions, at the expense of the kingdom of God and its righteousness. It is evident in so many gimmicks being used to siphon money and to bury the lives and productivity of the people of God in one spot. The church, a place meant to pull people out of the pit, has now become a place for burying people alive. What a shame! If we must copy, let's take the original, the real seed, and throw away the husks. Part of the other things being spoken of is the manner at which these miracles are staged, with the special gifts manifesting through these pastors and so-called men of God. I respect the anointing upon true men of God, but I question and challenge the misuse of the end product of pursing the kingdom of God, i.e., miracles, that is so done in various ways, full of manipulations, that we cannot now recognize which one is coming from the true Spirit of God and that of the devil. There is such a mixture that it is very difficult to point out the true men of God. It should not be a surprise because of the wrong doctrine taught and modeled by these pastors or prophets. When the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? But I must tell you, what the righteous must do is to go back to Genesis, the beginning, and correct that same foundation. Go back to teaching of holiness and righteousness, teachings of the real pursuit of the kingdom of God. Back to value for diligent work, value for honor and dignity in eating from the honest and diligent gains that comes from the sweat of the brows, no matter how little or demeaning it may look outwardly, because this is what God really blesses. Work is not a curse, but rather it is a replication of the nature of God. A realization of who we really are. Part B, transformation by work. Not by miracles. The Christian community in Africa and some of the third world nations have so much relied on God for everything that they have made the house of God the only solution to other aspect of life, even as such that is so practical, such as going out to work. Prayer and fasting has become an excuse for labor, with such arguments as prayer and fasting brings divine intervention to secular issues. While there may be cases where God intervened in some secular matters in the Holy Bible, it doesn't mean that should be the philosophy that we human beings should live by. Having development in our nations is not by miracles, it doesn't come by magic, it doesn't come by prayer and fasting, it only comes by going out there and getting our hands dirty. Have you ever thought for a second, how did the first world nations come to this kind of development that is still evolving? Did they get it by miracles? Did they get it by folding their hands? Did they get it by demeaning themselves? Did they get it by compromising the place of work? The answer is a capital No. The records are there in the annals of history, at least history doesn't lie. They are facts documented with several evidences. Some of this evidence I will show you here. As a result of the teachings of the early Protestants, gradually a new society was created, a society that was informed and modeled with the value for work, which sped up development and brought about the advancement of the nations that we now know as the First World Nations. They didn't stop there. The descendants of these early Protestants scattered to most parts of the earth, and everywhere they went, they took with them the same message and culture of the dignity of labor. According to researchers, most northern part of Europe, Germany, the Scandinavians, and the UK inclusive have been doing well economically and in advancement. They are predominantly Protestants. During the 19th century in Prussia, now Germany, the Protestants' children were more likely to be encouraged to go to school. And this higher level of education translated into jobs in manufacturing and services rather than agriculture, even though it was never ruled out. This educational advantage had begun no sooner than the breaking away of Martin Luther from the established church in the 16th century, and so paved way for the continued economic success throughout Europe. It is important to point out here that the reverse is the case when speaking about countries that has Catholicism as their main religion. Check most of the countries in the east and south of Europe, and you will find the low-performing economies. Italy, Spain, and Portugal are heavily in debt. And what about Greece, Slovenia, and Cyprus? Their GDP growth falls further, and recover more slowly, than their more competitive peers. Greece ranks lowest overall of the European economies in the latest index, at 81st out of 140 as of 2015 rating. It is the culture that makes the difference. It has been so until date, it still is. Let us also X-ray other areas around the world. Australia is another brilliant example of the Protestants' work. Great Britain, as we know, helped to find Australia, and since the year 1788, when the first fleet of Protestants moved in, their ideas figured prominently in the early years of Australia's nation-building. Till date, it remains the largest Christian tradition in Australia, and what are the results? Australia has since inception been prospering in mining as its main sector, and has yielded and supported its economy until its recession during the 90s, but of recent it has boomed again with production well underway, while construction, public administration, security, health care and social assistance are the other sectors which have experienced steady and enormous growth. How about South Africa and New Zealand? These are other countries that the Protestants continued their work ethic, and have never remained the same. The facts tell the story themselves. Then, the question arises: there have been immigrations also from Spain, for instance. They spread to other Latin American countries and of course took the Catholic culture along with them. What has been their impact? How has their story been told? Well, records show that till date most of the Latin American countries are still in the underdeveloped nation classification. That's the reason the US still suffers the mad rush of their youths scrambling to enter through their borders. It is the culture that makes the difference. When there is no internal transformation, there cannot be external progress and development whatsoever. The Portuguese, a Spanish counterpart, were one of the richest countries along with Spain early on, but were not able to sustain those riches because their descendants did not have the same culture of dignity of labor like those of the Protestant countries. The Portuguese could not bring development to Brazil and other Portuguese-speaking countries. What am I trying to say? It is the culture that makes the difference. We must change the mindset of our people towards relating to work with a positive attitude. Our government, media, Houses and schools must focus on creating a new culture for the dignity of labor to hold in our society. A culture of hard work, a culture of labor, a culture of diligence, a culture of perseverance, a culture of persistence, the culture of dignity of labor. This is why I emphasize in this book that we must have our own values in dignity of labor, and the earlier the better. In the next chapter, we will be exploring the concept of hard work and working smart. Golden nuggets. There is no harm in learning from the Western countries. What must be learnt must be what is right, and though the first world countries as we know it are prosperous, this prosperity is as a result of the principles of dignity of labor. There is no boycotting this principle of dignity of labor, and so, right from the pulpits of our religious churches, the miracles messages needs to give way to teachings of the real pursuit of the kingdom of God. The value for diligent work, value for honor and dignity inherent in eating from the honest and diligent gains that comes from the sweat of the brows are those that God really blesses. Work is not a curse, but rather it is a replication of the nature of God. A realization of who we really are. The prosperity as seen in most Western European countries is as a result of the teachings of the dignity of labor that was propagated by the Protestant Church. There is a clear difference from the results of these teachings in the countries influenced by Protestant churches, especially when compared to other countries run by Catholicism. This clear difference is visible only because of dignity of labor. This is a lesson that we must all learn. If indeed we want our economy to grow, then we must pay attention to how we treat work in our countries. I am particular that Nigeria, as well as any third world nation, can rise up speedily in development because we have got what it takes. What is only left out is what this book is trying to thrash, which of course is increasing the dignity work is meant to have. Practical exercises. 1. From the history of the third world nations, compare the values placed on work in their early years and that of now. What would you say is the reason for bringing down the respect and importance of hard work? 2. Do you think it is good for us to imitate? What are values you think should be imitated and ingrained in our system that can bring dignity to labor? 3. Are you interested in miracles? What are your thoughts about the proliferation of the concept of miracles rampart in Nigeria of today? 4. What are the principles that bring dignity to labor that your local assembly or church teaches you? Do they encourage you to pursue the nature of God? 5. What did you learn from the influence of the church on society as regards labor? Does this learning remain as stories, or do they guide? Oh. Your thoughts and actions? 6. What have you learned from the summary of the historical findings of the early Protestant Church and those of the Catholic Church? Would you rather be laid back folding your arms waiting for a miracle, or would you rather take the bull by the horns and be productive? 7. Which kind of culture would you rather imbibe, a productive culture or a passive culture? 8. What is your resolve after reading this chapter? How do you intend correcting wrong principles that exist around you? Chapter 7. Secrets to bringing dignity. To labor, work hard. And work smart. Success is no accident. It is hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you are doing or learning to do. Pele. Any of the deceptions we need to deal with in the third world countries is the idea that hard work is not relevant, but working smart is. The concept these third world countries is trying to propagate is that of reducing the potency and process embedded in hard work. Nothing works like hard work. No other virtue can be substituted for hard work. As a matter of fact, the more sophisticated the world becomes, the more the demand required for hard work. Even if machines were to take the place of physical duties, it simply doubles other aspects of work because work is always in cycles. From mental to creational to physical, and the cycle keeps revolving. What most people call working smart is actually delusional, cunning and crafty ways of making ends meet. We can try to cheat principles of hard work, but the consequences are always widespread and catastrophic. People suffer from each other's manipulations, all in the name of working smart. Check most of the ideas involved in working smart as has been propagated. it is usually brainy ways to cheat or beat the system and still expect to gain great results. In my opinion, hard work and working smart should be synergized to produce great results that lead to dignity of labor. Later in this book, we will talk more about what working smart really means. By hard work, I mean you must develop your mind, create your own job, have investments, and spend maximum time producing quality products. And by working smart, I mean using your creativity and tasking your mind, creating models and solving problems. Part A: Work hard, develop your mind. He picture people in Africa and other third world countries have with hard work has been myopic, and this is why they are shying away from the subject with different seemingly justifiable excuses. The picture they have is that of a physical laborer who uses his muscles to engage in some physical activity during a production process. It is understandable as this was the norm over the years, but since education and technology have increased the concept and form of hard work, labor also has changed. It starts first with developing the human mind. Does that sound strange to you? Well, that is it. And now, I am not referring to education in schools, even though that is foundational and necessary. However, I am referring to personal mind development aided by personal study of books, journals, self-study tools, or training materials and sourcing for knowledge over the internet. Though, this may be what you do, but how well do you do it? How much of your time do people commit daily to personal study, and what is the quality of the material or information they consume? Each line of profession or discipline has a wealth of resource that anyone can get to self-develop. If a nation wants to make others around her recognize her, then she must well be ready to show what stuff she is made of. If you want to bring dignity to your work as a nation, then you must be prepared to develop your mind. Mental strength is really important because you either win or lose in your mind. And I'm not solely talking about sporting matches, boxing events, anything you do it first with your mental strength. And you can actually train and develop it, and I am responsible for what I'm saying because I have experience with that. Vladimir Klitschko. When we refer to developing our minds, we don't only refer to reading and studying, but also what have we gained and how have we used the information we have consumed. There must be practical ways to implement the information you as a nation have sourced. We must turn our workplaces into an idea mill. Our relevance must be felt at the workplace. Our minds must respond to questions in form of solutions. We must be solution providers, that is what the brain was given to us for, not be filled with worries. As nations, we must quit worrying or doubting and get to work by using our minds. Any knowledge not used will be residual and redundant. And the more we use our mind, the more active our mind becomes. So, reading is one great thing, while doing is even greater. Work hard, create your own job. In 1985, removed from his managerial duties, Jobs resigned and left Apple. He later looked back on this incident and said that getting fired from Apple was one of the best things that happened to him. It helped him regain a sense of innovation and freedom he couldn't find working in big company. Biography.com. In today's world where the economy of most countries is facing serious hardship, workers are laid off and people cry over their tragedy, but in actual fact, when a worker loses his or her job, it is a blessing in disguise. A time for him or her to sit back and think. What about that desire for you to be your own boss, that dream of doing what really interests you, that passion that has not found a platform to be expressed? It is about time to go into a solitary place and put those dreams on paper and make a proposal out of it. It is time to draw a business plan out of that passion. It is a time to actualize that vision and get sponsors or partners. It is time to patent that product. It is time for people in the third world countries to create their own jobs. Sometimes, tragedies are actually a divine way to announce to us that it is time to fulfill our dreams. It is when we are at work doing what we are made to do that we discover or stumble upon ideas that rule the world. Not all ideas should be given to slave masters, sorry to use that word, but that is what they become when people sell all their lives to someone else's idea. Rather, ideas should be developed to free you as a nation and your people from slavery. All you need is a thinking mind. And usually, these ideas come from problems we encounter on a daily basis. You need to be bold to confront the challenges by seeking for solutions from our developed minds. Solutions then become key to creating new jobs. Work hard, have and build investments. Poverty is largely as a result of our inability or nonchalant attitude towards tapping the resources all around us. Resources are all around us. We don't recognize that we have resources because we either don't search, or we have not developed our minds to recognize the resources around us. This is one major problem with Africa and the third world countries. We are experts at pointing out problems when we are so much surrounded with resources that we can use to solve these problems. It becomes hard work then to be able to recognize resources because they don't usually present themselves to us, but are hidden and need to be discovered, excavated, refined, used and multiplied. Which of the resources around you do you have access to? There is an African proverb that translates, "We don't use both hands to eat," meaning we shouldn't consume all we have at a time. We must have an attitude of saving and multiplying our resources. Many people have a bad attitude towards saving. This is why they come to poverty easily despite the years of hard work. Investment in itself is hard work. Ability to close one's eyes to money that is saved and ability to multiply them is also hard work because there are a lot of things involved. Knowing where and in what to invest is also hard work, because you must know what works in what cases. It takes a whole book to learn about investment, and it is best to be informed properly rather than summarize them here in this book. You can get such information from my books titled, "How to Build a Secured Financial Future and Money Won't Make You Rich." Our parents and grandparents understood this truth deeply. They believed as we do that to create jobs, a modern economy requires modern investments, educating, innovating and rebuilding for our children's future, building an economy to last, from the middle class up, not from the billionaires down. Martin O'Malley. Investment means tilling your own ground, investing your own time and building your self-worth. Investment is not only in material things, but in the immaterial. The value added to yourself as individuals and a nation over time is a great investment because by the time you would have known it, you would be reaping so much in monetary terms and other added dignity. Work hard, spend maximum time producing quality products. Time is the greatest resource we have, and it must be used wisely. Those who create good products work at it for a long time. Thomas Edison, the creator of the electric bulb, made a comment that he learned 1,000 ways not to make an electric bulb, which means he spent maximum time in producing one quality product that the world cannot do without. The Wright brothers are commended with developing and flying the first heavier-than-air airplane. The first recorded flight was in 1903, and for the next 10 years Orville and Wilbur Wright spent their time developing the aircraft, which today is a significant contribution towards developing our modern-day airplane. The trouble with opportunity is that it always comes disguised as hard work. Anonymous. Time must be invested in researching your ideas, making calls to companies, writing, reading and responding to emails or letters from companies you work, created or transact business with, reading articles, books on the topic of your passion, building prototypes and testing the product on forums that has similarity with your ideas, writing and responding to emails or letters from investors, making sell sheets, wandering stores looking at the other company's products, watching online, shopping with related products as your idea. A nation must learn to use all the minds around her, not disrespect the brains available, be humble to learn. Everyone has opinions on how and what, but remember, as a nation you are the one in the driver's seat, and you steer in the direction you want to go. Proceed with your idea responsibly, do not put your people or their family's financial future in jeopardy. Calculated and well thought out risks are great to take, but it requires planning and using available time wisely. The idea that you have, others may have it also, but the difference will be how much time you put into it to make it stand out amongst others. The world out there is a fight, and to win the match it simply means you know how to maximize your time producing quality products. Every third world country may spend much time producing one great product, but let that product be worth the time invested in it. Don't go to rest after designing a product or after being hit with criticisms. You need those as feedback to know the stage of production you are at. Learn to get think tanks that would make their mind roam over an issue and take breaks when necessary. During the roaming period is when ideas usually strike the mind, and it will be shocking to know that it is usually in odd places. C. Part B. Be smart, use your creativity. Creativity is not something too ephemeral, celestial, or out of this world. It isn't something unreachable, neither is it something an individual, let alone a nation, can't come up with. Creativity is what people are. It is in their build-up. It is the sum total of who you are, what you have been through, what you have seen, what you have been involved in as a nation. It comes with nature and at times with nurture. It is stacked in what you call debris, unused or junks. It is what most people see as trash or irrelevant. It is another way to see life from the perspective of the uncommon. Creativity is a wealth of resource and resources that is lying down inside you and lying aimlessly around you. It only takes an observant, willing, and purposeful mind to notice it and use it all purposefully. To bring dignity to labor, we all need to follow some basic steps to use our creativity. Be smart, accept that you are creative. The mind is a slave to what you feed it. It only follows whatever it has been programmed to do. Whatever you believe your mind can do is what it manifests. So if you as a worker or a nation begin to accept the fact that you are creative, and before you know it your mind begins to believe it and reprogram itself in that order. Inspiration that produces creativity will be ignited, and then the search for a whole new you will begin. And you mustn't make the mistake that creativity is only meant for arts-inclined people. Rather, it is a known fact that everyone is creative, and people just use their creativity in diverse ways. Researchers have found this and have shown that it is possible to apply your creativity to various things, including mundane things like dieting, exercising, and practicing. Every worker can use their potential to be creative in the work they do so far as they believe in their potential. Imagine what will happen to a nation whose workers think this way. Be smart, change the way you think. The mind, as we have seen earlier, is a slave to what we believe in. The inspiration we need to explore our creativity is limited to how we perceive things around us. We must have adjusted to the fact that when someone sees a cup of water half full, someone else will see it half empty. It is a question of perception. Every worker must think differently, each nation must think out of the box. It sparks creativity because it lets you perceive all situations from different perspectives. By changing the way we think as workers, we become smart. This is what being smart is all about, not by being dubious. The same mind fraudsters have that they use in duping people is the same mind that creative people use in making or solving problems. It is all about thinking differently. Everyone in the third world countries must make up their mind to use their mind differently and in a positive way. We must unlock that potential of the mind and see what it is capable of producing. Be smart, have a mental transition. Creativity is about doing something in different or new ways, but at times this innovative thinking will only be productive when everyone in the third world countries makes their mind to roam. Roam to a different land, a distant country, or even a different circle of professionalism. The mind gets stuck with a problem when it is limited in the same space or cultural environment. Have you ever sat down to think about that problem you are having and through research, found out how it was solved in a different culture or country? They may use a different approach to it owing to their cultural or societal values. What if you try the same methods to see what results it will get? This is a swell way to bring about transformation to the mind of a worker in the third world country that can result to people dignifying the labor that such a worker engages in, regardless of what he does or where he does it. This is called working smart. Be smart, make a major out of the mundane. Mystery is at the heart of creativity, that, and surprise. Julia Cameron. As a nation in the third world countries, being smart means using your creativity even in the least expected places or sources. Work can be boring at times, or ideas needed may not flow into your people's conscious mind, so there is a need to let them do something or be in an unusual place to trigger an idea or get inspired. It doesn't have to be in an exotic environment or an esoteric place. It may be just taking a stroll down the street or watching an argument ensuing on the road, or something as mundane as looking at the birds flying or dogs playing in the compound, or something comical, or give them opportunities to go for a show that will help them unwind. You will be shocked at what they may stumble upon. The pattern at which such things are done may trigger an idea that they just need to accomplish a task or bring changes to the normal way things are done around them. Be smart, engage your mind in periodic solitude. Our developing countries are getting so demanding daily that everybody seems to either be pursuing something or they themselves are being pursued. The worker who then wants to work smart needs to be authentic or original in his or her line of duty in order to stand in the midst of the working population, and asides all conventional requirements, creativity is what makes him or her an icon in his or her nation. But how can that happen when there is noise everywhere? But it can happen in the place of solitude. Solitude is the art of shutting oneself away from the hustling and bustling of daily life for a period of time, not for leisure, but for recharging one's creative battery. Every worker must practice this for refueling his or herself and building the ability to reach to an inner strength only found from within. This act strengthens the creative power within each worker, and this could be the journey to a nation that will experience constant transformation. Whosoever is delighted in solitude is either a wild beast or a god. Aristotle. A place of solitude could be a quiet place in one's house, or you might need to journey to a serene environment, or take 1 or 2 days off from work to reflect, think, re-energize, read, or just be still, meditate and relax. Or it may be during the day in a quiet spot in the library where you are all by yourself. This is so necessary for every nation because every worker is first an individual, a human being that needs to always affirm who he or she is and gain focus in what he or she is doing. This needs to be practiced periodically and frequently for its full potential to be realized in the life of every worker. This is working smart. Be smart, task your mind. People don't even know they have a mind, let alone know what power their minds hold. Most of the time they go about filling their minds with so much information without having to pause and process the information that their minds have been fed with. Many philosophers hold that the brain is a detector of the mind, and that the mind is an inner, subjective state of consciousness. This inner powerhouse has great abilities that many of us in the third world countries have not taken time to usurp. If only we can pay attention to ourselves and our reasoning capacity, we will wonder at the products that our minds will eventually produce. The National Science Foundation, NSF, estimates that a human brain produces as many as 12,000 to 50,000 thoughts per day, depending on how deep a thinker a person is. What these means is that only thinkers generate so much and non-thinkers produce less. It isn't really about how much anyone produces, but in the quality of thoughts a person produces. Thoughts are not just response to what our senses pick up, but our ability to question those signals and understand them. The ability to describe them depends on how we task our minds. As nations in the third world countries, our minds must reproduce by itself creatively and systematically, and use information from the whole lot of data we have fed it. It is sad that we fill our minds with negativities and worries, which incapacitates the functioning of our minds. When we think negatively, or we allow ourselves to worry, we rob ourselves of the greatness embedded on the inside of us. Greatness we see today started with thoughts that are well organized and made useful to function in the way it can benefit the world. Hence, we have to work smart by tasking our minds to produce valuables. Golden nuggets. Several theories speak against hard work. They are mere deceptions we need to deal with in our present world. To yield to such concept is to reduce the potency, process, and benefits embedded in hard work. We must not be deceived, let alone deceive ourselves. Nothing works like hard work. No other virtue can be substituted for hard work. We must not be disillusioned. Working smart according to our present world standards is actually cunning and crafty ways of making ends meet. People can try to cheat principles of hard work, but the consequences are always widespread and catastrophic, and in the end we suffer from each other's manipulations, all in the name of working smart. Hard work and working smart should be synergized to produce great results. Hard work actually means you must develop your mind, create your own job, have investments, and spend maximum time producing quality products. Working smart actually means using your creativity and tasking your mind, creating models, and solving problems. Creativity is what people are. It is in their build-up. It is the sum total of who you are, what you have been through, what you have seen, what you have been involved in as a nation. If we can go through the process of mind transformation, we can go through the process of developed work production. Everyone in the third world countries must make up their mind to use their mind differently and in a positive way. The practice of solitude strengthens the creative power within each worker, and this could be the journey to a nation that will experience constant transformation. As nations in the third world countries, our minds must reproduce by itself creatively and systematically, and use information from the whole lot of data we have fed it. Practical exercises. 01. What has been your mentality about hard work? How has this chapter changed or advanced this mentality to a more positive direction towards dignity of labor? 02. What are the ways you have been deluded to think working smart is to maneuver or manipulate the process of production? Does this manipulation bring dignity to labor, or does it harm people and nature in the short or long run? 03. Have you understood that hard work doesn't necessarily mean exerting all your physical energy to a set task, but more of a mental development and its application to bring dignity to labor? 04. What are your goals, plans, and set targets? How are you prepared to achieve them all with dignity? 05. How can acquiring more practical knowledge to doing a better job effect help actualize dignity of labor? 06. How much of knowledge and skill do you have to stand out in your line of profession? How can that bring dignity to labor? 07. What ideas do you have that has either solved problems or created more jobs for people? How can that bring dignity to labor? 08. What books have you read or what seminars have you attended on investments? How has it impacted your mind and helped in bringing dignity to labor? 09. How much time do you put to work? Does this time affect how you dignify your work? 10. How can unlocking the potentials of your mind affect how you view dignity of labor? Chapter 8. Benefits of work and the dignity it brings. In this chapter, I will concentrate on outlining benefits that right attitude to work can bring to the people of Nigeria, Africa, and other third world nations. The right attitude shoots people up to the right altitude. When we understand that attitude is what really makes the difference, then we will position ourselves in a good manner and get the best out of work. Today, due to lack of education, people have misunderstood the whole essence of work. So many people think of work as the only means to earn money. Meanwhile, money is a different topic on its own. Hence, people must be taught that money is not the most important benefit of work. Work indeed has many more benefits other than money. 1. We work first to realize our hidden potentials. Work, therefore, is the paramount key to discovering yourself. God has hidden in each and every one of us so many abilities, gifts, and resources that could only be activated by work. Nick Vujicic, the Australian pastor and motivational speaker transforming his nation and beyond for God, was born without limbs, suffering from phocomelia, an extremely rare congenital disorder involving malformation of the limbs. According to Nick's autobiography, his mother at first refused to see him or hold him when the nurse held him in front of her. He thrived in his teenage and young adult years despite being bullied. He has been able to use his foot to operate an electric wheelchair, a computer, and a mobile phone. After his mother showed him a newspaper article about a man dealing with a severe disability when he was 17, he started to give talks at his prayer group. Nick started his speaking engagements at the age of 19. In 2005, he founded an international non-profit organization and ministry, Life Without Limbs. In 2007, he founded Attitude is Altitude, a secular motivational speaking company. Nick starred in the short film, The Butterfly Circus. In 2010, Method Fest Independent Film Festival awarded him the Best Actor in a Short Film for his starring performance as Will. He has had a normal life, doing everything that normal people can do and more. He has his own family consisting of wife and children, and finally, he has about 7 books published to his credit. All these are as a result of committing himself to working out the potentials he found in himself. If a limbless man can do all these things, then you don't have an excuse. Not even the economy or political situation can stop you. 2. We work to discover and release the potential of the earth around us. God in His infinite wisdom has deposited in everything the potential for growth and multiplication. There is worth everywhere and in everything we see. For example, it is only by work we extract gold from the ground. It takes work to discover the oil that is already deposited in the ground. It is work that turns a hill of coal into carats of diamond. Till date, a lot of excavations are still been done on the seas and oceans of our third world countries because history and a lot of wealth is buried in it. Also, scientists are still discovering more aquatic life. Farmers have the understanding that while they harvest their crops, they must still keep some seeds back for replanting, and so have to till the ground, plant, nurture and protect their plantations and crop, else it will all be wasted. A good example we can have is from Affiong Williams, a Nigerian, founder of Real Fruit, an award-winning brand, winning both an international women in business competition in the Netherlands, as well as an SME exhibition, Creative Focus Africa, in Lagos, Nigeria. Real Fruit focuses on packaging and branding and processing of locally and quality fruit products. The first product is a range of dried fruit snacks and nuts. The products are currently stocked in over 80 stores in Nigeria. What significance does this have? We only need to pay attention to our environment to see that God has put so much around us that we can turn into wealth. Inventors like Albert Einstein, Thomas Edison, and Benjamin Franklin lock themselves up in laboratories where they brainstorm, analyze, formulate, practicalize, and create new inventions that benefit the world. Work is therefore designed to release all this abundance of wealth hidden inside everything. 3. Work is given to us by God as an instrument to multiply resources. Everything God created was so done in the form of seeds, small and miniature. It takes work to increase and multiply every resource we see around us. Why we are termed developing nations is because we consume more than we produce. Consumer mentality is a destructive mentality. If all we can do is to consume all things around us, then we are no better than termites. The reason we are Homo sapiens is because God has created us with an advanced brain, a thinking one for that matter. All other animals hardly reproduce except procreate, and because we are biologically termed as higher animals, then we should prove it by producing tangible things from both the tangible and intangible things around us. Already, we can see that our consuming nature has a consequence on the environment we live in. The third world countries, like global warming and scarcity of fuels and ecological encroachment. We should live by the principle which comes with the question, what am I adding to the environment I live in? When we realize that we are far consuming more than we are producing, then that is a wake-up call that should gear us up to give something back. We must reproduce, reinvent, revitalize, resuscitate, reactivate, replant, rediscover, and make our nations a better place. This brings us dignity. 4. Work is the divine provision God has given to every man through which we can all provide for our needs, for the needs of our families and others. Work is the boon that we must use to get out of poverty and lead others out also. When we sit down and fold our arms, we waste time, the currency that helps work convert itself to other resources, and then poverty will encroach unannounced. Work is an undisputable asset that we must use to procure wealth. God is indeed the wise one who understands this, and so He commanded us to work, because therein lies so many discoveries that is capable of bringing the advanced development that we are running overseas to get. If only we can sit down and think, strategize and implement, we will be the billionaires we have always dreamed of becoming, and then those around us will not have to suffer anymore. Many of us must have heard of an air ambulance service based in Lagos, Nigeria, called Flying Doctors Nigeria Limited. Well, the story behind it is in no other than Ola Orekunrin, its founder and managing director. Hers is the first air ambulance service in West Africa to provide urgent helicopter, airplane ambulance, and evacuation services. She converted her own pain to gain. Her sister's death at age 12 moved her to provide a service that Nigeria now enjoys. Orekunrin enrolled for a medical degree at the University of York and qualified at 21, becoming one of the youngest ever to take the doctor's Hippocratic oath in Britain. Her passion and tireless work evident in her air ambulance service has made her the 2013 New Voices Fellow at the Aspen Institute, and was named a Young Global Leader in 2013 by the World Economic Forum. This is what work is capable of doing for us in the third world countries. 5. God gave us the grace and ability to work because it is only through work we can resolve national issues. What concerns my brother concerns me. What goes on locally, nationally, and internationally affects us in different ways. Take an example with the present government in Nigeria. The government is set to do so many things that will involve so many changes in the modus operandi of her administration itself, the economy, and the society. These changes require hard work, and for this reason I doff my hat for the Buhari/Osinbajo administration. Any major change in economic policy of any country usually leads to consequences like inflation and scarcity, but instead of crying and cursing the government, why don't you lend a hand in whatever little way you can in that neighborhood of yours, or that business or educational or media field you are in, and make a difference? Sitting back and blaming the government will not resolve the issue. All hands must be on deck to make things better. I read an article that was posted on a blog by Adelaja-HOW with the title, "My Thought on #Not Too Young to Run Bill, the Renewed Hope and Future of Nigerian Youths." This is a very practical way to contribute one's quota in nation building. The article gives a voice to youths to be given active participation in governance and public administration. This is a clear way to contribute to change in our society. No passivity. 6. Work gives us access and opportunities. Young men and women in every third world country must be taught that through hard work they can create opportunities for themselves and others. It is very difficult to help beggars these days. In fact, if you remain in that pitiful position you are in, people will continue to say sorry, and that will not solve your problem. Thomas Edison went to school for only 3 months. His teacher felt he was intellectually disabled because he couldn't relate with how Edison's mind worked. In addition, Edison's health was fragile as a child. It was a good thing that Edison's mother was a teacher, so she taught him at home. As a young teen, an incident happened that affected Edison for the rest of his life. He was lifted by his ears into a moving train, and he started going deaf. Nevertheless, Edison patented his first invention, an electric vote recording machine, at age 21. Thomas's goal was to produce a new invention every 10 days, and during one 4-year period, he averaged a new patent every 5 days. His lab was so prolific that he was nicknamed the Wizard of Menlo Park in California, USA. Edison's laboratory invented such things as the phonograph, the motion picture, and the incandescent light bulb. Eventually, his electric business became known as the General Electric Company in New York, USA. Young people must get up and work. They must put their brain to work and let their hands get dirty. It is from your diligence and doggedness to do something that will make opportunities available to them. By searching you will discover that opportunities abound, but it only for those who go look for it. Work itself is an opportunity in disguise. By working, doors will begin to open one after the other. But opportunities will not come and wake you up from your bed. 7. God told us to be fruitful, multiply, and subdue the earth. The only instrument that is given to all men equally to do this is work. Once upon a time a small boy was born in Kenya, but his birth was without a silver spoon. He was born poor, lost both parents very early, and had to start working during school holidays to supplement the needs of his brothers and himself. Pause a minute. It is easy to start showing sympathy for such a child, but even though his environment was not lucrative, his early work experience formed the building blocks of his life that eventually made him the astute tycoon that he has become. It helped him develop such values as self-reliance, confidence, discipline, time management, transparency, and gifted him with a wealth of experience. I introduce you to Chris Karubi, Kenya's multi-millionaire business tycoon. He is one of Kenya's wealthiest businessmen with a fortune estimated at $300 million, and also one of the richest men in Africa. His property management company, International House Limited, IHL, owns and manages various residential and commercial buildings in Nairobi, and he owns Nairobi's landmark International House building, one of the city's longest-standing and most prestigious commercial properties. But you know this didn't just happen, it is through the virtue of hard work. During the 1960s and early 1970s, he worked as an administrator at Canatco, a government-owned transportation company, and around 1971, he ventured into real estate property development by buying decayed properties in Nairobi, renovating the buildings, and then reselling them for a profit or renting them out. He also began acquiring strategic pieces of land in and around Nairobi, and proceeded to erect rental residential and commercial properties on them, using loans from Kenyan financial institutions. Now, he had begun flexing his business skills into other business opportunities like the paint business and media, as he is CEO of Capital FM. Currently, he is a major shareholder in HOW Tiger Brands, UAP Insurance, Centum, the Kenyan franchise of DHL, and a bottling franchise for Coca-Cola called the Nairobi Bottlers. According to him, there are no retirement plans whatsoever. He believes when you love what you do, you are in no hurry to retire at 40, as Robert Kiyosaki would have us do, while it is interesting to know that he is 73. This is why I say that work is a blessing, not a curse. Blessings are pronouncements or boon that is meant to open doors for the work that you do. If we are waiting for blessings to come in the form of material wealth, we deceive ourselves. Work is what God requires of us to make His blessings to be activated. No wonder it is written that the diligent man shall not be found in the place of the poor people, but with kings and princes. Reason is his hands shall bear rule. Success isn't always about greatness. It's about consistency. Consistent hard work leads to success. Greatness will come. Dwayne Johnson. 8. God only gives men power to make wealth, i.e., He does not give wealth, but the power to work to achieve or realize it. Joanne Rowling turned to work on the novel she had been outlining for 5 years. She was newly divorced, a single mom, and struggling to make ends meet. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone was published in 1997 under the name J.K. Rowling. Her publisher didn't believe a woman's name would appeal to young boys. 6 books and 10 years later, Harry Potter has shattered sales records and enthralled millions of readers of all ages. This is power to get wealth. Even though I don't subscribe to the ideology of Harry Potter, I have to acknowledge the efforts of the writer. Nigerian business tycoon and one of the richest black women in the world, second in Africa, Mrs. Folarunsho Adelaja, with $1.82 billion fortune, was once an employee like many people today are, but during the early 80s, Adelaja quit her job. This move, unlike many youths thinking, isn't wise because all their lives they are dependent on work and pay and back to work again. A cycle that limits people. Meanwhile, God has given to everyone power to get wealth. This power is in the ability to think and take responsible decisions that will work out well for one's future. If every third world nation can think, the development we are talking about in this book can be realized. Adelaja went on to study fashion design in England and later returned to Nigeria shortly afterwards to start Supreme Stitches, a premium Nigerian fashion label, selling high-end Nigerian clothing to fashionable wives of military bigwigs and society women. Here again, Adelaja, unlike many, didn't sit in the UK living to work for a salary, but she brought back her skill to Nigeria and looked for a market that will be interested in it. She brought dignity to labor in Nigeria. Now, this is strategic thinking, ability to get wealth. We are all gifted by God, but a whole lot of times the bulk of our youths don't use what God has given them. Later on in May 1993, Adelaja applied for an allocation of an oil prospecting license, OPL. The license to explore oil on a 617,000-acre block, now referred to as OPL 216, was granted to Adelaja's company, FAMFA Limited, in the central Niger Delta. To many, if there is no knowledge in an area, there is a limitation, but not for Adelaja. She was hinted on how to get into the oil business, and she intelligently went for it. It didn't happen in a day, but she found her way there. Where there is a will, there is always a way. And eventually, when she got the license through several persuasions, even though she had no expertise or experience in running an oil field, she decided not to sell off her license. 3 years later, she took a joint venture agreement with Star Deepwater Petroleum Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of Texaco, and appointed the company as a technical advisor for the exploration of the license, transferring 40% of her 100% stake to Star Deep. What a mind! How many of us today are lying low, sleeping and waking up with ideas that never get to be voiced or harnessed for solving problems? We are pursuing wealth, meanwhile there is so much wealth inside of us if only we could reach out to it. Work hard for what you want because it won't come to you without a fight. You have to be strong and courageous and know that you can do anything you put your mind to. If somebody puts you down or criticizes you, just keep on believing in yourself and turn it into something positive. Leah LaBelle. 9. Through work, we serve, minister, and become God's stewards on the earth. I have written about this point earlier. By working, people in every nation become God's own messengers here on earth, because when we work we make use of the innate abilities or potential God has put inside of us during creation, and that shows we are exactly what God intended, not just a vegetable, even though veggies have a lot of nutrients useful for human and animal health, or a biomass. Everything God made has its own purpose, and when we discover and use it directly to serve man, we also indirectly serve God. Now, whether we produce or render services, that kind of labor has a benefit on mankind in one way or the other, and that means we are adding value to the creation of God, and so we become His stewards even without knowing it. This, of course, is dignifying. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking. Don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know when you find it. Steve Jobs. 10. Work must not just be physical. We must teach our people in the third world countries that work is equally mental, spiritual, and physical. To start with, we as humans are spirits like God, but live in a body that is visible and suitable for this planet called Earth. What we engage in is therefore not to be trivialized, because everything comes from the realm of the supernatural to that of the natural. When we brainstorm or get into the process of creation, we are actually stretching out our hands to draw from the wealth of resources available from the supernatural. What we call mental actually is a base at which one can dig deep into the supernatural. Have you ever stopped at some point to ask yourself, why are people filled with awe at seeing some great invention? The same experience is what we have when we see something supernatural in the physical realm. Isn't this revealing? Feelings aroused by the touch of someone's hand, the sound of music, the smell of a flower, a beautiful sunset, a work of art, love, laughter, hope and faith all work on both the unconscious and the conscious aspects of the self, and they have physiological consequences as well. Bernie Siegel. Hence, from now we must educate as many around us that they are not mere human beings, but we have the ability and capability to transform their world and nation. All work brings profit, i.e., through work we facilitate the development and advancement of any nation or people. On a final note, if our governments in Africa take this message seriously, we could actually end up building our own nations to become developed and advanced just like any other country in the first world. We will need to introduce the culture of dignity of labor to our societies. That way our young people will no longer risk their precious lives in the Mediterranean Ocean, in an attempt to find a better life in the so-called developed countries. Whatever any nation has done could be easily replicated if we know the principles and the secrets behind them. That is why I have decided to share this principle of dignity of labor with my nation Nigeria, countries in Africa, and other developing nations of the world. If Nigeria and the other countries in Africa, Latin America, and equally other developing countries are to stop losing their best sons to the disaster of tragic deaths in places like the Mediterranean Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico, then we must take this message seriously. It is my prayer that the governments of these countries would take a serious look at this topic and implement the principles so as to lead their nations to growth and economic prosperity. Golden nuggets. The benefits of work can be discovered only by having a right attitude to work. Such attitude can bring transformation to the people of Nigeria, Africa, and the third world nations. Due to lack of education, people have misunderstood the whole essence of work, let alone bring dignity to labor. Money shouldn't be the sole purpose of getting engaged in one form of work or the other. Many people think of work as the only means to earn money. Meanwhile, money can be put to work on its own to reproduce itself. We work to realize our hidden potentials and release the potential of the earth around us. Work is the boon that we must use to get out of poverty and lead others out also. It is actually God who gives us the grace and ability to work, because it is only through work we can resolve national issues. It is very difficult to help beggars these days. In fact, if you remain in that pitiful position you are in, people will continue to say sorry, and that will not solve your problem. God Himself told us to be fruitful, multiply, and subdue the earth, and the only instrument that is given to all men equally to do this is work. If we are waiting for blessings to come in the form of material wealth, we deceive ourselves. Work is what God requires of us to make His blessings to be activated. When we brainstorm or get into the process of creation, we are actually stretching out our hands to draw from the wealth of resources available from the supernatural. When we work, we make use of the innate abilities or potential God has put inside of us during creation, and that shows we are exactly what God intended, not just a vegetable or a biomass. God has given to everyone power to get wealth. This power is in the ability to think and take responsible decisions that will work out well for one's future. Practical exercises. 01. What is your attitude towards work? Is it for financial gains alone or some other benefits? 02. What is your understanding of work and money? After reading this chapter, has the information you received changed this understanding? 03. What did you learn from Nick Vujicic's story? How does it bring dignity to labor? 04. What is the difference between having money and being wealthy? How can you connect it with dignity of labor? 05. How do you tap into the resources within and around you? How can you bring these resources to add dignity to your labor? 06. Are you the spending type, the saving type, or the multiplying type? If you are the first two, what are you doing to move up to the multiplying type? If you are a multiplying type, how better are you at it? 07. How much of your time do you convert to resources daily through work? What are the products generated? 08. What is the relationship between your net worth and how you bring dignity to labor? 09. Do you now realize that by working you are serving not just man but indirectly serving God? So are you ready to give an account to God for your service? 10. Do you know that whatever service you render, products you make or sell, there is a spiritual side to it? From now, with what manner will you approach your work? Chapter 9. The right environment. To bring back dignity. To labor. Many, the environment is what they can see all around them. To them it is the whole existence of living and non-living organisms that they are surrounded with. Experts give us an understanding that it is the sum total of conditions that surround us at a given point in time and space. It is comprised of the interacting systems of physical, biological and cultural elements which are interlinked both individually and collectively. Environment is the sum total of conditions in which an organism has to survive or maintain its life process. Environment is anything immediately surrounding an object and exerting a direct influence on it. P. Gisbert. Meanwhile, in actual fact, the environment cannot be limited to this alone, because if indeed we want to talk about the human being in his totality, we have to consider the environment as it relates to his physical body, intellectual state as well as his soul. This is why it is of importance in this book about how to develop nations through bringing dignity of labor to extend the knowledge of labor to that of how people relate with their environment. Basically, for the purpose of labor, the environment can be grouped into the physical environment, the intellectual environment, and the spiritual environment. Part A. The physical environment. His refers to the total sum of all components that we as human beings have to deal with outwardly. It is what our physical eyes see, and we relate with physically. Therefore, it is the house we live in, the community of people that surrounds us in our daily endeavors, the landscape that we call our motherland, and so because of the symbiotic relationship we all have together, they have an impact on us as a people and as a nation. Our culture, our values, our religion, our heritage, and experience all have an impact on us individually, communally, and nationally. If this is valid, then the question arises, how do we relate with them? Our relationship will determine to what extent we are ready for productivity and for change. Whatever we give to the physical environment that we live in will replicate itself according to the law of life and reproduction. This is the reason all Nigerians, Africans, and the third world countries, both at home and in diaspora, must decidedly live and interact positively with all that makes up our physical environment, because we must understand that as humans we are part of the whole makeup of nature. When we go against the laws of nature, we are indirectly harming ourselves. We may think we can amass wealth or show superiority by denying other people of what can give them sustenance or livelihood, but this will only be temporary, because nature will react naturally, and we will all face its consequence. Hence, we must take it as a responsibility to stand up for what is right in our physical environment and be the change we want to see. This is why we must not be passive about what goes on in our community or nation with the excuse that we are not politicians, neither must we be apolitical with the wrong mentality that politics is a dirty game. We must make our physical environment eco-friendly by bringing dignity to the labor we use in interacting with it. How can we make our physical environment eco-friendly with dignity of labor? 1. The economy must be built to serve people, not vice versa. We have to be bold in our national ambitions. First, we must win the fight against poverty within the next decade. Second, we must improve moral standards in government and society to provide a strong foundation for good governance. Third, we must change the character of our politics to promote fertile ground for reforms. Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. Today, we are trying all our best to revive most devastated economy of the third world countries. We are considering the best policies to make it work to be better off. We are trying to make these nations get back up again, but while we are doing so, we must put it at the back of our minds that these economy must be revived in order to serve its people. It shouldn't be that the people fight tooth and nail to serve at the expense of their human dignity. I believe in the dignity of labor, whether with head or hand, that the world owes no man a living, but that it owes every man an opportunity to make a living. John D. Rockefeller. Whatever economic policies put in place by the government, it must be done with the intention to give the laborer a sense of worth in the society. The third world nations' governments should not make it more troublesome for the ordinary people on the streets, neither should the private parastatals or private companies use the whip of capitalism to reduce workers to mere work tools, because in the end it will still have a repercussive effect on the physical environment. The ordinary man on the street is always at the receiving end. They always face the brunt of the negative consequence of leadership decisions. They must be protected, else there will be no one to govern, for they will either lose their lives or eventually turn against the government. It is just the law of nature. 2. The worker must be given the right to enjoy his labor. Only with the tools of production in their own hands could the workers ever hope to control their own lives and receive the fruits of their labor. Ella R. Bloor. It is practically impossible to expect growth of a society that is denied of the basic rights to earn and enjoy fruits of their labor. It is just total wickedness to apply the rule of the carrot and the stick to those who work to harvest the carrot itself. It is cruel and inhumane. A worker is employed to work all his life from his early years to his prime and gains nothing but meager salary monthly as compensation, and when he is spent and is getting tired, the same system makes him to retire and gives him pensions that has almost no value. He cannot particularly point at what he has achieved from the sweat of all the years of honest labor, because the same system demands from him what he has been given through monthly utility bills and yearly tuition fees for his children, who also are invited to join in the same cycle. What a tragedy! It is impossible to get anything tangible from such a laborer unless his worth is increased in his own eyes. And he sets himself free from the Uncle Sam system. 3. Workers' disenfranchisement. Usually, laborers from third world nations suffer from all areas of discrimination and economic slavery. Discrimination in terms of ethnic group, social class, gender, and even child labor. While discrimination has its natural causes from cultural and historical views, they are simply a pattern of behavior that has been widely accepted within a geographical area. It is a mindset that can be corrected over time. As a nation-state, we can correct this ways of thinking from different areas and platforms. We are not to allow laborers to be disenfranchised, because it has its own psychological effect, and this will in turn reduce the motivation and productivity expected of a laborer. 4. Security of workers. Even though there are many benefits capitalism brings to an economy, nevertheless, the forces of demand and supply should not only be the drive to work, and profits shouldn't be the main focus of the investors or producers. The system that third world countries Nigeria employs must not be totally capitalist, there should be a balance. It is wise to adopt other good qualities from other economic systems that give workers security. Nigeria or Africa, like any other developing country, should protect her workforce. Dignify and glorify common labor. It is at the bottom of life that we must begin, not at the top. Booker T. Washington. The rights of a worker must be protected for his or her sustenance. For maximum output, a worker must be assured of his remuneration, welfare, and job security. The reason many companies and even government administration of third world countries continue to encounter shortage of valuable workforce is simply because they are not paying attention to this fact, and if they are, they must ensure they don't give room for competition in job market, because the worker will continue to strive towards getting the best. A company or organization that is giving unjust wages to their workers is merely robbing themselves of maximum productivity. Any nation that has its companies doing this is not bringing dignity to labor. I believe in the dignity of labor, whether with head or hand, that the world owes no man a living, but that it owes every man an opportunity to make a living. John D. Rockefeller. We should not limit workers to unhealthy working conditions. Workers have a right to get the best working conditions. Even animals also do. They are not machines. Machines are the ones that can be created for that form of treatment, for when they are broken they can be reproduced, but we cannot reproduce a worker, we only employ new ones. This is the reason workers join unions and associations, for they need to be protected. In today's world, the worker must be informed and educated on what his rights are. Another reason a worker is enslaved is because he or she doesn't know his or her right, and even if he or she does, then he or she may not know how to place a demand for his or her right without the fear of being fired. It is a complicated situation for workers, and this is why our physical environment must be eco-friendly. If organizations or even the public institutions do not give room for their workers' protection, then they will react. There is a limit to how people can be enslaved. Going into history, people always revolt against injustice and unfairness and set up tools to ensure their voice is heard and their demands met. The role of a labor union is to ensure that the balance is not tipped in favor of the employer when employees do not receive wages and benefits commensurate with their contribution. William Burris. Part B. The intellectual environment. Like the physical environment, the intellectual environment deals with information that an individual's intellect surrounds itself with. This consists of philosophies, ideologies, beliefs, value systems, superstitions, and even ignorance. They all either trap the mind, especially people in the third world nations, or put it in a box, dominate, enslave, restrict or motivate, inform, educate, guide, lead and empower it from making its own analysis or judgments. This environment controls the human mind so much that it can even dictate how a worker relates with his physical environment. It can also be called the ideological environment. The intellectual environment produces information from within the family, community, religious circles, school walls, workplace, and the media within the confines of a nation and beyond. The contents they pass across to workers determine what mindset they will have, and how they will relate with themselves, their family, and the society at large. Information, they say, is power. But the problem our third world nations have is what they do with the information. First, how a person deals with information depends on his or her foundation or upbringing. There is a diverse caliber of people, those who studied because it is the norm, those who studied because study can make them to be gainfully employed, and finally those who study to be informed and bring reformation to themselves and the world around them. It is unfortunate that the percentage of the last caliber of people mentioned above is quite low, and this is the reason for brain drain and mass immigration all over the world. Stories to learn from. Story A. Nigeria's Abiola Oleniran, founder and CEO of GAMSOL, a mobile gaming company based in Lagos, Nigeria, was named by Forbes magazine as one of Africa's most promising young entrepreneurs less than 30 years of age for the year 2015. Like many other students, Abiola studied computer science and mathematics at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Like many other students, he had many opportunities to participate in competitions, but he decided not to rest on his laurels and go job seeking or travel abroad seeking for greener pastures instead, but later went on to create a gaming software that many other youths like him are busy playing. Since 2013, GAMSOL, Abiola's company, has been developing games solely for the Windows Phone Store. One of his first games, called Road Blazer, within a few weeks, had about 40,000 downloads. He said in an interview that a lot of the company's products' downloads came due to the fact that GAMSOL was among the first set of developers on the Windows Phone platform. What differentiates Abiola from other students is an ability to use his mind. He gained information that boosted his creative thinking and decided to explore the world inside him rather than depend on what the world around him had to offer. It isn't enough to gain so much degrees, even up to PhD. It is very essential that every student regards the information he receives and process, and applies it to the world that is waiting to be discovered on the inside of him or her. This is what brings dignity to labor. Second, whatever is the intellectual environment a worker has gone through, certain methods of conversion should be put in place even before making use of the information received. Africa and the third world nations should encourage their citizens to behave like scientists. Everyone should observe his or her environment and draw inferences, which should be put to test using reliable testing instruments like questionnaires, or basically asking questions from relevant persons that has to do with the subject matter. Next, information should be gathered and interpreted to confirm his or her hypothesis. It is a sad story where information received is taken hook, line, and sinker. Every worker is an individual with his or her own interests that can either match that of a larger populace or an organization, or will go contrary to what is available, which will then determine where he gets what. Governments of the third world nations should encourage every worker to have a mind of his or her own. The saying goes, if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. Inability to desire something good, strategize and pursue it is a major sickening default in the mind of any worker, and this isn't good for our nations. It doesn't lead to dignity labor is expected to have. Today, many workers are in different fields all for the money they can get. How much a job is paying or what pleasure or prestige he or she will get should not be the basis for the pursuance of a job or profession, but the purpose. What is the goal of every worker in life? What spurs your workers? What is it that they are willing to die for? This is what purpose is all about, such that brings dignity to labor. Story B. Adelaja-HOW, founder, Adelaja-HOW, 23, is a co-founder at Andela, a global talent accelerator that trains young intelligent Africans to be world-class developers and then connects them with top employers around the world looking for top technical talent. It is a known fact that Andela, jointly founded in Nigeria and the US, is getting a significant investment and attention has been supported by the founder of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, one of the most important people in Silicon Valley, eBay, and AOL. But this success story didn't just come to be, but was born out of passion and a relentless pursuit. In 2013, Ian Carnevale, Nadir, Bryce and Adelaja-HOW started Fora, a distance learning platform for African universities, with the hope to build a great dynamic and transforming system that could change the face of education in Africa. But even though they pushed hard and invested their time, talents and innovation, it wasn't working. They had to transit the whole idea into something much more different, but with the same ingredients. That new thing is Andela and its success story. Adelaja, even in his 20s, is a passionate young man who will give everything for what he lives and dreams for. His consistency has earned him not just success, but a name that resonates amongst those who make things happen. It is very normal for a worker to face challenges in his or her pursuit, but what matters is how he or she see those challenges and handle them. As if this is not enough, just 8 weeks after raising $24 million in a funding round led by Mark Zuckerberg's foundation, Adelaja, one of Nigeria's best-known startups, is saying goodbye to its co-founder Adelaja-HOW. Now Adelaja has begun a new startup called Flutterwave, a digital payments infrastructure platform that is aimed at aggregate various payment methods for merchants, banks, and money transfer operators across Africa. Is this not the development every third world nation desires? It comes through dignity of labor. Every worker must have a purpose in their field of interest, what they have set themselves to achieve, a change they want to bring to better the lot of their society. Without this in place, workers will generally be manipulated, enslaved, cheated, and used against their will or at times without their knowledge. When there is a purpose for doing a job or an assignment, then there will be dignity for that job regardless of how menial or with low status it may seem. We have to bring back dignity to labor, but first this can be achieved giving people their self-worth, and then having passion for what one does, and finally passion for the society they find themselves or the nation at large. The knowledge economy is one in which intellectual property knowledge and information systems that drive an ever-increasing pace of scientific and technological advances that are quickly overtaken by new knowledge is the basis of production and services. Knowledge, not characteristics such as physical attributes or social class, traditional groups, such as farmers and craftsmen, or individual production, is the driving force of economic activity or social transformation. Peter Drucker. Finally, to bring development that every third world nation desires, their leadership should enable their workers to go through the knowledge economy existent in their countries or beyond. The knowledge economy is expanding in Nigeria thanks to the internet and innovations in other sectors. The more workers come to the awareness that they are God's creation, and so co-creators with God in all areas of human endeavor, therefore witnesses a dynamic change, because workers ceases to be themselves, rather they move from consumers to creators. Their orientation shifts generally to that of producers, and so does their worldview, because knowledge, not characteristics such as physical attributes or social class, traditional groups, such as farmers and craftsmen, or individual production, is the driving force of economic activity or social transformation. When workers join the knowledge economy, this transformation will not only change their status, but will bring dignity to their labor. All workers, no matter their age, class, or exposure, should engage in one area of research or the other. Thanks to the internet, there is no excuse for the ordinary man on the street anymore. The difference between the upper class or the rich and the ordinary man on the street is purely the practical use of quality knowledge. So then what are we waiting for? The only extra thing to be done is to make internet access available, and then no sooner will our country Nigeria become a first world country. A story to learn from. See another example from Nigeria's internet guru. Talking about the intellectual environment, one name that readily comes to mind amongst Nigerians overseas, and who has contributed to this environment, is Philip Emeagwali. Mostly known as the father of the internet, and sometimes called the Bill Gates of Africa, one wouldn't have known except from his biography that Philip Emeagwali spent years of his childhood in a refugee camp. In 1966, fighting erupted between the central government and the ethnic Igbo population. In the Biafran civil war that followed, the southeastern region attempted to secede from Nigeria, and Emeagwali spent most of the period from 1967 to 1970 in a refugee camp. Nevertheless, Emeagwali's father was preparing him by shielding him for his unfavorable physical environment, meanwhile opening him up for the intellectual environment that he would take over in the future. From his biography we understand that his father, a nurse, would quiz him with 100 math problems, and leave him only an hour to find all the solutions, that by the time Emeagwali entered 5th grade, his teacher would let him take over the class when he was absent. From his biography, we found that his father didn't only introduce him to the world of calculations, but also opened him to dream. His father had persuaded him to read the novel, Gulliver's Travels by Jonathan Swift. And even though this writer had written it 2.5 centuries ago, the novel was still able to make him travel from where he was sitting on the veranda of his house on Bonobo Road in Agbor, Nigeria, and plunge his mind into a fictional place created by a writer as Gulliver was shipwrecked in Lilliput. At the time, the farthest he had ever traveled was to Onitsha, his ancestral hometown, which was just hours away, and Lagos, Nigeria's nation's capital, seemed as distant as the North Pole. However, he wasn't lost in his mind travels, because he related the incidences with what was already deposited in his mind. Gulliver's fantasy travels became a metaphor for his journey to the terra incognita of the supercomputer that is connected as an internet. His fantasy pushed towards the unexplored territories of computations and communications performed at unconceivable speed with techniques and technologies that were yet to enter into books against the time he was, which was in 1963. How powerful is such an intellectual material that became a cursor to where he was heading, and he found a resemblance later in how his own story played out, and how that of Jonathan Swift was woven from plot to plot. What a way to ignite a computing super brain! What way to build dignity in mental labor! The intellectual environment undoubtedly has the immense capability to bring transformation to the minds of our workforce from cradle to the grave, and how much we are able to consume and use up for the transformation of our physical environment depends on how much of dignity we put into the whole process. Philip Emeagwali may not have gotten to where he got to without his determined father, who, despite what his physical environment was dictating, shut himself away and focused on a promising brain that could change the world. Today, Nigeria, like many other third world nations, lacks enough fathers who know the value of practical education and how to access it. All have gone astray in pursuit of satisfying the belly instead of the equipping the mind. How many of us pay attention to equipping the mind? How many of us today, as we are reading this book, has invested in the minds of our children, or even have plans to? We have forgotten that they are the future, as Philip Emeagwali was and produced what today's world is benefiting immensely from. Think about it, 1 hour a day or 2 is adequate for changing the minds of our children. It requires attention, motivation, observation, understanding, and direction, and they would never turn away from the path they have been led into, the path of life and excellence. Philip was also able to realize the potential of his mind and went on to become, in former U.S. President Bill Clinton's words, one of the great minds of the information age, because he had teachers. Distinguished fellows who put a lot of energy in teaching and guiding minds of students and pupils in the path at which they have been destined to walk, the path of self-realization, the path of self-discovery, the path of illumination, to see where their lives are headed. But the question is, what are the values we place on our education system in Nigeria or the third world countries? If indeed we are expecting to have more Emeagwalis storming the world with innovations, it simply means we have to go back to the drawing board and assess our education system. What are the methods of teaching in place in our schools? What is the content of the school curriculum? What direction does this school curriculum lead the teacher, let alone the students? What is the motivation given to students to study and the benefits and plan aimed to make their study efficient and successful? Of what scale is the percentage of resources invested towards the education system in both public and private sectors? How is the teacher being treated? What are his or her rights and privileges? What are the ways the government and private organizations in the third world nations value the work that a teacher does? These are crucial and critical questions that must be answered and tackled if ever we want to see better results in our societies. Dignity must be brought back to our educational system and to our teaching profession. Enough is enough with how our education system has been downplayed. We cannot progress to the level at which the superpowers of the world are with the level of our treatment of education. Every country has its own unique spending needs regarding education, which can vary in conjunction with priorities of a country's populace, diplomatic involvement of the country on the international scene, and the age structure of the population, among countless other factors. However, we know how much importance certain countries place on their education by how much GDP has been allocated to education. According to a recent report by the United States CIA's World Factbook, the world leading countries in terms of financial inputs in public education relative to GDP are those spending over 10% of total value of all goods and services produced within their borders on education. These countries include Lesotho, Cuba, Kiribati, the Marshall Islands, and Palau, among others. These countries are classified as third world countries, and due to the rapid need to meet the demand of development, they place education as part of their top priority list. They have a forecast that in the future, at least 25 years from now, if all things are equal, there will be a great rebound in their economy, as the education will yield returns in terms of manpower that will continue in the production process and industrialization of their economy. We must understand that large relative education expenditures in these countries indicates prospects for continued economic growth in the future, as GDP growth usually follows closely behind increases in the education level of the general populace. There are three broad theories about how education influences economic performance. The basic human capital approach is that education improves the overall skills and abilities of the workforce, leading to greater productivity and improved ability to use existing technology, and thus contributing to economic growth. Second, the innovation approach links education to improving the capacity of the economy to develop of new ideas and technologies. Finally, the extension of this is the knowledge transfer approach, which sees education as a means of spreading the knowledge needed to apply new ideas and make use of new technologies. David Earl. We can learn a simple lesson from New Zealand, who as of 2008 had their spending up to 5.3%, but they decided to increase their spending to 7.38% in 2012. This positive movement has made the Kiwi island as one of the few well-developed economies nearing the top of this list. A good chunk of this growth has been allocated to economic development of the Maori and other Aboriginal peoples of New Zealand, while also making increased efforts to educate all of the populace about the cultural and significant importance of these people, who have inhabited the land covered by the island nation since well before its absorption into the British colonial empire. What lead can we take from this decisive move made by these countries as third world nations that so desire development? Part C: The spiritual environment. His is an environment I wouldn't really want to write much about because much have been written and said about it in the respective religious activities. Most parts of the third world countries, especially my nation Nigeria, is flooded with so much religiosity that its flavor and fervor has been lost, but nevertheless it is still worth considering to know some vital principles about the spiritual environment. By spiritual, I mean the place where the worker can connect with a higher source of fueling, empowerment, and redirection. We all need times when we need to chart our course or break through a barrier or gain some understanding. I am not going to be writing about prayer and Bible study as many people will expect, but I will be referring to acquiring some vital information and decoding it. I am sure many of my followers must be aware about my conversion series. Time spent in religious circles, prayer houses and churches must be converted to useful and tangible materials that can bring benefits to the world around us. It is not enough to pray and fast, these are exercises in futility. What is required in the spiritual environment is an ability to convert ideas, inspirations, directions, prophecies, or whatever spiritual forms that workers receive in prayer houses or in their closets to tangible resources. As a pastor, I appreciate all these spiritual manifestations. They are good, but we must not dwell on them because that is only needful at a particular stage where direction is needed. There must be an ability to convert all the spiritual manifestations to practical solutions to problems around us. I have been given opportunities to speak in different spheres in world summits, government parliaments, and economic gatherings. I don't go there speaking spiritual manifestations, rather I go there presenting what I have been able to convert in terms of sound, profitable and useful solutions that bring about transformation in several disciplines. This is the kind of conversion the spiritual environment can provide. The church today should wake up to train its members, who are workers in several areas and locations affecting different spheres of life, to be able to have the ability to convert spiritual resources into intellectual and physical materials that would be useful for them and for the world at large. This spiritual environment is among other places where you can be alone. A solitary place is that spiritual environment needed. Yes. Are you surprised? You don't need to be. The place of solitude is that environment a worker can refuel and refire. A place of solitude is where a worker can bring dignity to his or her being and know how best he or she ought to be presented and represented in the society while bringing dignity to labor. A place of solitude is a place where every worker can regain his dignity and personality without having anyone do it for him or her. Solitude is a spiritual place. Now, this place called solitude does not have to be at the top of a mountain or near a quiet flowing rivulet, but could be right there in any worker's room or house. Yes, your house. The only thing is for the worker to make up his or her mind that within that period he or she will shut him or herself away totally. No phone calls, no internet, no receiving of August visitors, and no family members. The only companion should be those things vital for the refreshment of his or her soul. We need to realize that if we want to bring dignity back to labor, we employers in the third world countries must allow our workers go away on vacation with all expenses paid to recover them. If indeed we recognize the value in all our workforce, we must create avenues for them to be able to realize that indeed they are human beings. Let's be honest with ourselves, when we lock ourselves away in a secluded place for the purpose of gaining some vital strength, we come out with results. It is a pity that the capitalists of our day don't give such kind of opportunities to workers, and when they do, their expenses are not covered. This is one area that the West is at advantage over us third world countries. We must wake up to this reality and create support for our workers. Also, workers misunderstand the purpose of vacation. For the most part, a worker's understanding of vacation is lying down beside the pool or a beach on an island almost naked and tanning him or herself as is seen in the Western world, or simply partying away eating and drinking. No. Vacation is a time away from the rigors of selling oneself to another man's vision or purpose or ideas. It is a time away from so much noise, a time away from people and junks that our minds are daily being filled with. It is time to sit in stillness and quietness, a time to shut oneself away from the world and open one's mind and soul to who we are, a time to find out who we are, whose we are, what we are, where we are going, and what life is all about, a time to find answers to probing questions of our minds. This is what solitude in vacation is all about, and it is spiritual. It must have taken you by surprise, because what is in most people's understanding about spirituality is religion and prayers. That is a clear deception, and we all have fallen for it for so long that it will only take a mind shift for us to understand what spirituality means. The spiritual environment is an environment we create. It is to be in solitude. To recognize the power that solitude has, we Africans in third world countries have to go into history to see the works of great people who have walked in the sands of time. Artists, inventors, scientists, and many more create great things in places called solitude. They recognize this and lock themselves up for long periods in order to come up with great products. The likes of Thomas Edison, Michelangelo, spent several hours daily thinking, studying, and creating. Results of those who practiced solitude. It is said of Thomas Edison that during the latter days of the age of the telegraph, he toiled 12 hours a day and 6 days a week for Western Union. Meanwhile, he continued moonlighting on his own projects, and, within 6 months, he had applied for and received his very first patent. A beautifully constructed electric vote recording machine. Even though this first legitimate invention he was to come up with turned out to be a disaster. This attitude had been in his modus operandi before this time and much later in his other great inventions like the electric bulb. Thomas Edison, like his peers, put a lot of time into his work and shut himself away from the rest of the world, sometimes at the expense of his family, busy in his laboratory. During the 1920s, it was recorded that due to the continuing demands of his career, there were relatively long periods when he spent a shockingly small amount of time with his family. No wonder he was able to give birth to all that was in his purpose and could fulfill his destiny. It wasn't until his health began to fail, in the late 1920s, that he began to slow down, but up until obtaining his last 1093 RD patent at age 83, he worked mostly at home where, though increasingly frail, he managed to prove the essence of his life, giving all dignity to labor. A life worth living. These days, many people who don't even profess Christianity still understand the value of solitude and practice it. Solitude is one spiritual environment that must never be undermined. If any worker must bring dignity to his labor, then he must be ready to withdraw away from the public at certain times in order to refuel and rediscover and refire. It has been scientifically proven that if anyone invests 10,000 hours in solitude performing a particular function over and over, he will become one of the best in the world. The teenager who saw Michael Phelps, the most decorated Olympian of all time with a total of 28 medals, as a great inspiration in swimming, spent 8 years of serious training in swimming and soon beat his idol Michael Phelps in the 100 m butterfly during the Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. At 21, Joseph Schooling did more than just win Singapore's first gold medal in Olympic history, but prepared himself for it. He had met with his idol in Singapore during his training, and I guess he made up his mind to be as fast as Michael Phelps, only for him to beat him with a new Olympic record of 50.39 seconds, with Phelps, Leclasse and Xel clocking 51.14 to share the silver medal. All this couldn't have been possible without personal solitude and a decision to convert his time to something tangible. What a dignity labor can bring! Johann Sebastian Bach, 1685 to 1750, the German composer and musician of the Baroque period, have in record more than 1,200 written musical works throughout his lifetime. Bach's prowess as an organist were extremely revered during his lifetime, even though he was not an acclaimed composer, until a revival of interest in and performances of his music in the first half of the 19th century. He is now generally regarded as one of the acclaimed composers of all time. Going through his biography, you will discover that he lost his parents at a very early age of 10 and had to live with his elder brother. Life wasn't all that rosy, yet he put his life into his calling and purpose, and was able to have his footing in the world of classical music, doing both secular and spiritual compositions. To sit and ponder on the rigors of creating a musical composition, the time and intellectual depth involved, the artistic beauty and skill, these could not have been done with distractions here and there. He didn't involve himself in much travels, rather wherever he went he improved himself with available resources and opportunities with other higher distinguished musicians and composers of his day. Bach must have spent most of his lifetime in solitude, converting his time into tangible products that have been respected and used till date. How much of our lives as worker in Africa and other third world countries have we converted to tangible products for the benefit of ourselves and those around us? The power of solitude, as we see, can never be underestimated. It is just mind-blowing at what results our lives can have when we consistently keep ourselves in solitude. These results bring development to our world in Africa and other third world countries. It is all about consistency. Practicing solitude should be a continuous activity, and with time we will be a master in our art or skill. It is easy for a worker to be the best because the world lacks concentration. Many people in the world today are on the surface. Their lives aren't consistent in their pursuit. They are not deep. If you as a worker dare to live deeply with understanding, your life will soon become a wonder to the world. It is the time committed and converted to work that brings the so-called wealth that many people are queuing to get in the form of jobs. If you as worker can isolate yourself somewhere to think, to realize your purpose, to put your gifts, ability and talents to work, or researching or perfecting your art in one area, you will be amazed at what your life will become. You will be the best. The Pietà and David, the Sistine Chapel ceiling, his other works of architecture, poetry and morality till date attracts tourists from all over the world to Italy. Michelangelo Buonarroti is today considered as the father of Italian Renaissance art. His remarkable career as an artist in the Italian Renaissance is appreciated and exalted for his artistic virtuosity. There are so much praises that we can give to him, but here what is needful for us to see is the quality of his work and the time spent on it. As is known by any artist, for any work to come out exclusively in its grandeur, the artist himself must be secluded in his studio or someplace where he will be left alone with his own thoughts, and usually, this takes time. One important thing about this time is that it is converted to products that stand the test of time. Most artists like Michelangelo spend day and night working secluded on their art. The world stands still, only their thoughts and their work exists, and that can go on for months till they need to have some fresh air or they have completed their work. Michelangelo was particularly said to never allow anyone to see him carve, probably because of his unrest about their comments on his work while he preferred to maintain an originality, or probably because he had his style of carving at that time from men, but my understanding of Michelangelo is someone who would rather keep distractions at arm's length from him, for him to have maximum concentration and arrive at the vision of his mind. Michelangelo was serious with solitude. He understood the power inherent and wouldn't compromise it. We must understand that he was not only an intellectual, but also spiritual. The third world countries must see the need to engage in this spiritual place where visions can be birthed, where plans can be structured, where dignity can be adorned their labor. Going back to Thomas Edison, we are not talking about the personal life and other characters as some people focus only on righteousness, even though it is also important. In fact, most of his critics realize that, even though he was far from being a flawless human being, and may not have really had the avuncular personality that was so often ascribed to him by myth makers, he was an essentially good man with a powerful mission. Driven by a superhuman desire to fulfill the promise of research and invent things to serve mankind, no one did more to help realize our Puritan founders' dream of creating a country that at its best would be viewed by the rest of the world as a shining city upon a hill. Nikola Tesla, the Serbian-American inventor who is best known for his contributions, died in his room on January 7, 1943. Later that year, the U.S. Supreme Court voided 4 of Marconi's key patents, belatedly acknowledging Tesla's innovations in radio. The AC system he championed and improved remains the global standard for power transmission. I am sure no worker wants to die without having marked his or her foot in the sand of time, or created a legacy that would continue to live after them. It is your duty to receive a good name for your good works in the kingdom of men, and then you will be given a reward by God too for a job well done. Benefits of going into solitude as a worker. 1. Solitude makes a worker see life the way it is. Life can be cumbersome and overwhelming, especially when our understanding has been open to the fact that time is passing away quickly, and there are things you desire to do that have not been done. Life is filled with things that need to be done, things we ought to do, things we know we ought to do, things we are planning to do, things we want to do or praying to do, and things we are avoiding to do, but there isn't time to get done. With solitude, people in Africa and the third world nation can outline them, plan and strategize, and create a timeline to achieve them all. With a well laid out strategy, you are assured of development. With solitude, you are able to sit down and be alone with God and plan your work and life in such a way as: what do you need to do? Why do you need to do it? What benefit is there in doing it? How will what is to be done benefit people around you? How will what is to be done improve your life or set you on the path of fulfilling your life's purpose? How to do it? What should I avoid doing in the whole process? What is it that I cannot avoid doing in the whole process? These are the crucial things solitude helps a worker to see. Solitude is a time to convert time to a product of self-analysis, clarity, and order. 2. Solitude helps a worker to clear his or her mind. The mind sometimes is overwhelmed, especially with problems intellectually and emotionally. The mind usually is flooded with too much information from different sources, and we are overwhelmed as we do not know what to do with them. Authorities in Africa and the third world countries pursuing goals need to systematically put this information in their right places inside their minds. Often, due to the demands of work and mere noise, we don't even have time to put this information in their right sequence and process it. Our minds become a really messed up system. The information consumed must be sequentially or systematically arranged, else you cannot make good use of them. So, solitude affords us the luxury to put things in place, the right system that works for you. A worker in our third world countries must slow down and withdraw from all distractions around him to be able to find himself, reset or redirect himself in such a way that could make him more productive and efficient. For creative workers, solitude helps you to achieve your inventions, build systems, create formulas and algorithms that will help you achieve your purpose. And when as a worker you put yourself in the system works for itself automatically. This improves the dignity you are bringing to labor. 3. Solitude helps a worker to put his or her values in the right place. Challenges in life demands as well as seemingly important commitments are always rocking our boats, and if we are not careful they can make a worker lose his life's values. Do you have a value system in your country? Solitude helps you come to terms with your value system, with things that really matter in the life of your people and in your priorities. You tend to discover what you want and where you have been derailed or where you have lost track of your values. What you are doing that is not in line with your original thought and plans, and then be able to draw a line, and to say no to what you don't want and open up yourself and your country to what you want and what is needed. You are able to find your mission, calling, and also are able to line up your life with God's plan and stay committed to it. So, solitude affords you the opportunity to arrange your life only around your calling and purpose. 4. Solitude helps a worker discover his or herself in life. It will be shocking to you that so many people in the third world nations, regardless of their age, still do not know who they are and what is their life's purpose. Many still think they are just here on earth to live, make money, procreate and die. Others don't have a clear picture of what their life is meant to achieve. This is why they are still applying for jobs and lamenting over the lack of the same. Solitude helps a worker to find him or herself. By going into solitude, a worker can carefully, with the right materials, define him or herself. As a worker, you can avail yourself of the opportunity of using my teachings on YouTube and my blog, Adelaja-HOW, for discovering yourself. Also, there are so many other teachings on several areas of life, including finances, that any worker can listen to. They are all materials that are free and impactful. Every worker cannot continue to live like a mere animal. You are more than you are living at this present moment. The only confusion or limitation you have is your lack of knowledge and understanding. With this materials or any other that is able to help you get the work done, you can take your vacation, or even weekends, go in solitude and listen over and again, making notes of what you have been missing all your life and making a decision towards doing what is right for the benefit of yourself and growth. Every worker deserves to live the best of life, and usually it is such a life that is given dignity. 5. Solitude helps a worker deal with his or her weaknesses. One of the mistakes people make is to use a temporary situation to label the whole personality of people. Weaknesses aren't a permanent dent in the life of a worker. That a worker faults in one area or the other doesn't mean he or she cannot be the best in that same area. It takes total concentration and determination to turn weaknesses to strengths. This is what solitude can do for a worker. For a worker to get dignified in his or her line of duty, the worker must be prepared to go through refining. As gold goes through fire and becomes totally refined and shining, a worker also can become a shining light. It all depends on how ready the worker is to deal with him or herself. With the opportunity solitude provides, a worker can take materials that talks about the weakness in question and shut himself away until he has dealt with it through study and application of principles that can help to bring the perfection that is desired. A good way to do this also is to look for people who had the same weakness and find out what are the practical steps they took to break out of their weaknesses or turned it into strengths, and then copy them and even do better than them. A worker should take the principles, learn them, meditate on them, pray about them, practice them until those principles become ingrained in his or her spirit and soul and is functional and operational in his daily life. A worker must learn ways to reproduce himself in an image that is desirable. When you have the power to control your time and convert it to productive and tangible things, there is nothing that can stop you from becoming what you want to be. You will come out of the place of solitude a new man, a new individual. The goal of solitude is to help you as a person in Africa and the third world nations become your best self. Many who know my story understand that I didn't just come to become who I am today. They know that it is as a result of my constant work on myself. Previously, I used to be timid and shy and couldn't face the public. It would feel ashamed to even laugh publicly, but later, I discovered that those were the necessities I needed to be able to thrive in the face of my audience. I did an inventory of what I lacked or couldn't do, and found a way of reshaping myself into that very quality I desired. I built boldness in my character and drove out intimidation. I released myself to become a proactive person and upstarter. It wasn't easy because solitude is demanding. I didn't like to be alone, but I endured it to become who I am today. I created the habit of being alone for its value. I went into solitude to recreate a new me. Any worker can do better than that in Africa and the third world nations. You can become whatever you want to become. The mistake many a worker is making is to relax and wish for an ideal self. There isn't usually such, but people can be remolded into that ideal personality you want. 6. Solitude helps a worker deal with worries and finds rest. Life is full of challenges, anxieties, and worries, and can be frustrating. You can be in solitude to seek for the peace of God, not that kind of peace that men try to create through serene environments or hospitality, as is available in hotels or on island. You can have that luxury but still be troubled from within. At times, even sedatives cannot bring you the inner calmness of the mind that you seek except you return to the one who made you. This peace cannot be bought over with money amassed. It can only be sought after by hiding yourself in the presence of God. You could enter into the rest of God because Christ is our rest. Solitude affords a worker the opportunity to find consolation in God. Solitude gives a worker an opportunity to remove all the junks in his or her mind. A worker can get rid of worries and fears. In fact, a worker can take an assignment or project into solitude to defeat the fear inherent. Yes, sometimes we have a challenge we are facing. We cannot implement a plan because of the imminent danger or challenge that is surrounding it. Some tasks are built naturally with trouble from all sides, but by going into solitude you can actually conquer your fears. The project, task or assignment may not originally be difficult, but because of the surrounding troubles masquerading as giants, it doesn't give the worker the ability to see the solution that is also there. So solitude is an opportunity to overpower that fear and see the project, task or assignment in a new light. A worker simply needs to look for materials to conquer his or her fear and build confidence in him or herself, and then face the challenge set before him or her. By the time this is done over and over, he comes out a victor, vanquishing the fear. From the timid or fearful self to someone who is just violently bold. Timidity is a state of the mind, a negative thought process that empties a person of any kind of gut. No one is born timid. The general environment in our countries is responsible for that, so the solution is to create an environment physically, intellectually and spiritually where it can be disarmed, and then the real bold you emerges. You are able to bring dignity to labor by your new self and development to your nation. Solitude, as I have said before, is a time converter. Everything you see around, including the human beings walking around, are products of time, so you need to use this time wisely to recreate a new you that is unshaken by anything at all. 7. Solitude helps a worker to be dependent on God in him or herself. We are now in a society where everything has been fashioned to depend on other things and other human beings. Some people have so made their environment to make other people depend on them. Is it a surprise that your boss at work or your line manager has now become a demigod to you that you must worship over petty money that you receive as salary monthly? It is a slave driver. Workers have become slave to the rat race of our present day. Wake up early in the money to do the same things and go back late in the night exhausted and tired, and by the end of the month you have only earned a token compared to the life that you have poured out to serve your slave master, who, when does not see your value, will lay you off at the end of the day without any compensation and any particular or justifiable reason. Solitude helps you to break away the chains of slavery. With solitude you can go back to the drawing board to ask yourself some basic questions to determine what you want from life and where you want to be. You can cut off all dependency on any human being and absolutely rely on God. Yes, it is possible. God didn't make us humans to have dominion on other men. He made us have dominion on all other creatures. Africa and the third world nations should not continue to slave drive her people. There is no dignity in that. It doesn't bring development, only competition does. The society from cradle to grave is so built to enslave men only to produce results for slave masters. The educational system is fashioned this way. The financial economy is fashioned to do the same, so there is no escape for any worker. Each worker in a particular state is directed to be enslaved till he or she can offer nothing in his or her old age. How can a worker be totally dependent on only God? It is simple. It is by finding out who he or she is and what he is created to do. If this is defined, you can go into solitude to begin to develop yourself into that very essence of your creation. A worker can go into solitude with materials for study and practice. Books on personal self-development are now proliferated everywhere, so there is no excuse for the worker. By going into solitude with this purpose, you will gradually break away the slave mentality that the society has been fashioned by and absolutely depend on the gifts, talents, and knowledge that you have acquired, and believe in yourself, and God alone will bring to you everything that you ever wished for. Also, we are made to believe that we cannot be the best we are meant to be without our spouses and friends, and we so much dread to be alone. In fact, this is one of the reasons many people get married, in order to run away from single life. Meanwhile, it is the single life that affords a worker the earliest opportunity to put his priorities right. He or she has all the time in the world to go into solitude to build a relationship with himself, to depend on no other man except God. A worker will understand from solitude that God is his or her source, and so dependency should only be on him alone. When a worker is alone with God, building up himself, he or she will discover the fact that he can actually walk through life alone without depending on anyone. This is the kind of worker that many employers really want and can pay any amount to get them working for them, because they know such a worker is independent, drives development, and can solve problems without waiting for his superiors. 8. Solitude sets a worker free. Overdependence on the world system, material things, and people have made so many people a carbon copy of others, i.e., the very few who are actually living and making a difference in this world. This is a pity. Each worker is unique. One of the main reasons we are still suffering in our country, Nigeria, and obviously many other third world countries, is because people have not been able to realize themselves and pursue their main purpose, but rather they are depending on others just to feel good or secured. This will definitely bring so much inconvenience to our society, because the reliance is on the few dedicated people who are brainstorming day and night to proffer solutions to problems. But when every worker wakes up from this comatose to the reality that they can actually discover and redefine themselves, the world will become a better place. This can happen through solitude. Solitude makes a worker free. It makes him or her less dependent on jobs, on salary, on food, and other material things. A worker can use solitude as a means to be free from what many assume to be necessary in life. Meanwhile, they can actually be independent of them. Dependency on people, jobs, and material things could actually be the killer of the real person that God has made. Think about this: if God invested some potentials in you for you to become a world changer, and you on the other hand don't see yourself as such by depending on people and material things and the world system, then you will never be able to realize your purpose. Rather, you will always be chasing shadows. This is why by going into solitude, every person in the third world country, you can actually set him or herself free from those things that are laying a grip on their whole essence. You can set yourself free from you yourself. You will be amazed that sometimes we are our worst enemies. We hold on to things and ideas or concepts that will not allow change to take place in our lives. While we are trying to save ourselves by not pushing ourselves to change, we are actually limiting ourselves from getting to our real potentials. But by setting ourselves free in solitude, we learn to let go of ourselves and allow God bring change into our lives through the resources or means at which we have opened ourselves to. 9. Solitude makes a worker to be more proficient and efficient. Life is full of distractions, as we have seen earlier, but with solitude one can actually get away from noise and all other distractions and focus on a particular task. There is so much noise everywhere in our third world countries, from political to social to economic, that distracts people from giving or being their best. Ability to focus on an assignment is what can actually make you productive, efficient, and increase a worker's proficiency in a skill. By being secluded in one environment, a worker can concentrate on himself, his skills, and abilities. Concentration brings precision, precision increases productivity, and productivity is what the world is in search of. People don't want to see the process of the product, what they are keen on seeing is results. To be continually productive, a worker must strive to shut him or herself away from distractions. This is how development can take place in our nations. Ability to say no to distractions must be a driving force that all workers strive to build. It is a pity that the shining light that is seen in a budding worker is truncated by so much praises and awards that the worker forgets the price he paid to get there in the first place. You see a worker who is making a headway in an assignment, and he is introduced into some circles where if he or she is not careful will lose focus of where he or she is coming from. Such circles may introduce him to habits or lifestyle that is a totally aberration of what he or she stands for, but because of peer pressure or thoughts of wanting to belong to such circles and the advantages inherent, he or she will begin to compromise personal standards. Laurels are good, so also are awards, but we must never depend on them. Rather, they should be seen as reminders of the prize that awaits us when we become more successful as a result of price paid in the place of solitude. 10. Solitude sets a worker free from the rat race of life, deception, and vanities. People want to do what others are doing without thinking if they are supposed to be doing it or not. They want to drive the exclusive cars others are driving, they want to spend their next holidays in Europe just like other people are doing, they want to get married because their fellow workers are getting married, they want to be dressed in smart suits or clothes so that they can be said to be in fashion and so forth, and to do this they can spend their last savings just to be in tune with the latest. Meanwhile, their life is wasting away, their values are diminishing, their future is no longer secured, they are running into debt, they are servicing their exorbitant loans and putting their families and friends at greater risks. These are total vanities. It is totally a diversion from the essence and the quality of life. The rat race of life has destroyed so many beginners in the work environment, especially in Africa and the third world countries. The moment a worker begins to want what every person in his or her class or environment is having or doing, then he or she is merely running the rat race. But with solitude, a worker can actually begin to see him or herself as being wasting away and commit themselves to a process of change by defining themselves once again and getting their priorities right. With solitude, a worker can commit him or herself to overhauling his or her lifestyle and get transformed by breaking that impulse that is making him or her to be involved in excessive spending or by being a people pleaser. A worker can set him or herself free by focusing on what matters most to him and build his or her life around them by going into solitude. He or she can be totally set free from pursuance of vanities. This craving can be curbed and the impulse redirected to pursuing purpose and being productive with their time. Hence, development can take root. If you have discovered that you have been running a rat race in any area of your life, you can help yourself to break away from it through solitude. 11. Solitude helps workers detoxify their minds and soul. One of the sorrows of workers is slavery, mental slavery. The society in Africa and the third world countries has boxed their minds into a corner that they think they cannot do without the system inherent. They have been brought up in their families, community, schools, and the workplace to depend on the world system which dictates how they must live, breathe, and possibly quit their lives. Very few workers use their minds, most others just follow trends. Those who control the economy and communities through the job market, or even religion, hide vital information that can set workers free from their mental slavery. The worker is reduced to a mere vegetable without the power to think for themselves and to make well thought out decisions because they have limited choices in the first place. Secondly, the same set of workers are burdened in the minds with negative thoughts about themselves, about their abilities, about what their lives will eventually turn out to be, all because they have been fed with the wrong information. The media feeds them on a daily basis with negative stories of embezzlement of funds by politicians, of inflation, of robberies, accidents, witchcraft, and all such things found on tabloids. The only thing that seems positive is the empty, flamboyant lifestyle that the rich or stars live, their new latest cars and parties, etc. There is almost nothing to help the worker find his or herself in the society. But with solitude, a worker can decide to shut himself away from the world and detoxify him or herself from all the junks that he or she has been fed with. For a worker to begin to produce good results for him or herself, such a person must first empty all negativities coming from his family background, community, and the society. The worker must come to terms with the fact that he alone can make a difference, but such difference begins by replacing the can't-do thoughts with the can-do thoughts. The worker must be able to purify his mind, which is the best thing that God has given to him or her, and reprogram it in a way that can help him reach out to the potentials inbuilt in it. By detoxifying the mind, the worker is able to see him or herself in a new light and make decisions for his or herself's growth and productivity. This one of the ways development can take place. It begins with the individual worker. Without a worker detoxifying his or her mind, it will be difficult for even God to help him or her. To detoxify your mind, you need to decide to accept new truths about who you really are and begin to disbelieve what you have been taught previously that has become a stronghold in your mind. You need to read in or listen to messages that change the way you think. You need to go for trainings and conferences and self-development programs. You need to allow experts and people with good results and who have good intentions to help you change the way you think. Or you can actually take the materials available for cleansing your mind on a weekly basis depending on how hungry you are for change and go into solitude and listen to them over and again. Take a topic and spend a weekend in solitude and listen or read a book on it, meditate on it, ask yourself questions as to how it applies to you and your life, and how you can solve that area of your life. Change doesn't happen suddenly, it comes as a process. You can convert your time by winning back your mind in solitude. By winning back your time, you bring development that in turn brings dignity to labor. Golden nuggets. How a worker relates with the environment, physical, intellectual, and spiritual, all around him or her determines to what extent he or she is able to bring dignity to labor. Caution must be placed on the environment because it cannot be limited to what a worker sees alone. If indeed we want to talk about the human being in his totality, we have to consider the environment as it relates to man's physical body, intellectual state, as well as the soul. The physical environment consists of what our physical eyes see and relate with, such as the house we live in, the community of people that surrounds us in our daily endeavors, the landscape that we call our motherland. The symbiotic relationship we all have together has an impact on us as a people. Our culture, values, religion, heritage, and experience all have an impact on us individually and communally. The kind of relationship we build with the physical environment will determine to what extent we are ready for productivity and for change. The intellectual environment, also known as the ideological environment, consists of philosophies, ideologies, beliefs, value systems, superstitions, and even ignorance. The operations of the intellectual environment in our minds and how we relate with them has great effect on us, as they all either trap our minds or put it in a box. They dominate, enslave, restrict, or motivate, inform, educate, guide, lead, or empower it in making its own analysis or judgments. The intellectual environment controls the human mind so much that it can even dictate how a worker relates with his physical environment. The goal of using the spiritual environment is that it is a place where the worker can connect with a higher source of fueling, empowerment, and redirection. Concentration brings precision, precision increases productivity, and productivity is what the world is in search of. The religious theories that our nation Nigeria has been plagued with can never advance the nation. What is required is the ability to convert the ideas, inspirations, directions, prophecies, or whatever spiritual forms that workers receive in spiritual environment, prayer houses, or in their closets, to tangible resources. And in a nutshell, a solitary place is the spiritual environment that is needed. The place of solitude is that spiritual environment a worker needs to rediscover, refuel, and refire. Practical exercises. 01. What is your resolve now as regards changing or improving on your understanding and perspective of your environment? How will that impact the dignity of your labor? 02. Are you among the people who speak negatively about the present administration in your country? Having read this chapter, has your mind been convinced that change comes from the individual and anyone can actually begin a campaign to change how things are? 03. Are you an employer? What are your new convictions about how you have or have not been treating your workers? 04. Are you an employee? What are your new convictions about how you have or have not been treating the task you are assigned to? 05. What is your understanding of self-development? How do you intend to proceed on this journey to becoming better and more productive? 06. Do you still think you need to travel abroad to make a living, or are you challenged that you can as well be prosperous in any third world country including Nigeria? 07. What have you learned from all the personality stories used to buttress each of the points given in this chapter? How are you going to challenge yourself to reproduce their feats in your own way? 08. Do you see the need to practice solitude? How will solitude help in bringing dignity to your labor? 09. Which area of your life have you found weaknesses? How are you planning to turn these weaknesses into strengths? 10. How will you appropriate the benefits of solitude listed in this chapter to your work ethic? Epilogue. In the introduction of this book, I showed us an account of a news report that went viral where 700 immigrants drowned in the Mediterranean along the Libyan waters in the process of being smuggled to Europe, and about 400 young Africans who had lost their lives in the same quest to seek a better life, the week earlier, all in the first quarter of 2015. It is my utmost aim to put a stop to this gruesome occurrences, but it cannot be done unless the principles expatiated in this book is read and practiced, taught, instilled and imbibed, and taken seriously by authorities of different third world nations including Nigeria and implemented by the same. The only reason these young people are running to Europe and the US is because there is enough development there where they can find their place as humans. We established in this book that development is about the total value that is added to people, which is seen in the exchange of ideas, quality and passion to advance in every collective unit of the society that forms the nation. All we need to do is to bring this development to Africa and the third world nations, and it can be done by bringing dignity to labor. If the third world nations is to come to that kind of development as is seen in Europe and America, we must build good value systems. We must learn from history the values our ancestors had for work, as was evident on their farm plantations, and how they combined jobs of all kinds and were self-sufficient. They valued labor. Today, our youth should learn from these ideals and bring dignity back to labor. Dignity of labor indicates that all types of jobs are respected equally, and no occupation should be considered superior. Being a farmer, fisherman, tailor, and cleaner or waste disposal team member does not mean young people aren't responsible and shouldn't be respected accordingly. Whatever menial job anyone does shouldn't remove the human value from him or her, rather we must understand it makes us responsible, and we are contributing to the whole process of productivity. It is no wonder the early Protestants believed in such a value that they recognized that development is realizable by applying dignity to labor. These early Protestants simplified this principle by writing it out and made it guide their daily affairs, part of which includes the idea and belief that all work comes from God, all jobs must be respected because they are being done unto God. With this concept of dignity of labor, Western Europe and the US were revolutionized. This can happen to Africa and the third world nations too. Through dignity of labor, the idea of corruption can be abated. We understood in this book that a corrupt society is not a product of bad government or bad leadership, rather a corrupt society is a full-blown manifestation of corrupt value system, defaced essence of life, lack of or the misunderstanding of humanity and communality. But by bringing dignity to labor, we show a new value system that brings development to our nations. This we can make happen by reorienting our youths towards this kind of change that comes through dignity of labor. Every major outward change towards labor must first begin in the mind. So, for us to expect development in our nations, we must first bring development to the minds and understanding of our people. Development is not a miracle, it doesn't come by magic, it doesn't come by prayer and fasting, it only comes by going out there and getting our hands dirty. There is no boycotting this principle of dignity of labor, and so, even right from the pulpits of our religious churches, the miracle messages need to give way to teaching of the real pursuit of the kingdom of God, which has value for hard work. We established also in this book that the concept the third world countries is trying to propagate is that of reducing the potency and process embedded in hard work. Nothing works like hard work. No other virtue can be substituted for hard work. The picture people in Africa and other third world countries have with hard work has been myopic, and this is why they are shying away from the subject with different seemingly justifiable excuses. The picture they have is that of a physical laborer who uses his muscles to engage in some physical activity during a production process. This was the norm over the years, but since education and technology has advanced, the concept and form of hard work also has changed. It starts first with developing the human mind. Africa and the third world nations must learn to create their own jobs, have investments, and spend maximum time producing quality products, and learn to work smart by using their creativity and tasking their minds, creating models and solving problems. This is how development can take place. Dignity is brought to labor through this means. For there to be development in the third world nations, leaders must learn to help their people to develop their minds. They must help create the right environment to ease this possibility, because how a worker relates with the environment, physical, intellectual and spiritual, all around him or her determines to what extent he or she is able to bring dignity to labor. Also, caution must be placed on the environment, because it cannot be limited to what a worker sees alone. If indeed we want to talk about the human being in his totality, we have to consider the environment as it relates to man's physical body, intellectual state as well as the soul. With this book or its principle in the hands of all and sundry, you can never overestimate the transformation that is bound to take place in the minds of our youths and young adults. The last chapter amongst others has been painstakingly devoted to addressing individual workers, because this is one of the best ways a worker can bring development through dignity of labor. If every worker sees him or herself as a living entity that is supposed to use his or her potential or innate natural resources to bring change to himself, his immediate surrounding, the community, and the society at large, then we are going to experience the revolution we all are dreaming of. But if workers in the third world nations don't see themselves this way, we will continue to lament and sing sorrowful songs. I call on you, the reader of this book, not only to practice the principles therein, but also to share with others. Just imagine what is going to happen if people read it and practice the exercises. I bet you in less than 5 years the world will wonder at the reduction of Nigerians and citizens of other third world countries traveling abroad. Rather, the reverse will be the case. Imagine development taking place on such a high speed as what is available in China and Korea. Imagine. References. 01. Adam Surmai, N.D., The Dynamics of Socioeconomic Development, An Introduction, Developing Countries and the Concept of Development, pg 7, Cambridge University Press. Retrieved on 19th of July 2016 from http://assets.cambridge.org/9780521817639/excerpt/9780521817639_accept. //assets.cambridge.org/97805218639/excerpt/9780521817639_xrpt PDF. 02. Adelaja S. N.D. Quotes on Reorientation. http://www.goodreads.com/quotes/tag/reorientation. 03. Barda O. 2012, What is Development? Para. 5, Center for Global Development blog. Retrieved on 19th of July 2016 from http://www.cgdev.org/blog/what-development. http://www.cgdev.org/blog/what-development. 04. Beals G. 1999, The Biography of Thomas Edison. Retrieved on 21st of February 2017 from http://www.thomasdyson.com/biography.html http://www.thomasdyson.com/biography.html 05. Booker T., Washington. N.D. BrainyQuote.com. Retrieved March 26, 2017, from BrainyQuote.com website, https://www.brainyquote.com/quotes/quotes/b/bookertwa386525.html. https://www.brainyquote.com/quotes/quotes06. Bridges W. 2016, The Way of Transition, Embracing Life's Most Difficult Moments. Retrieved on 9th August 2016 from https://www.goodreads.com/work/quote/55238-the-way-of-transition embracing life's most difficult moments. 07. Cheney, 2016, How Henry Ford Revolutionized the Car Industry. Retrieved on September 3, 2016 from http://constructionlitmag.com/culture/how-henry-ford-revolutionized-the car industry/ 08. Countries of the World, 2016, Top 10 Most Religious Countries in the World. Retrieved on 21 St of July 2016 from http://www.thecountrysoft.com/top-10-most-religious-countries-in-the world/ 09. Drucker, P. quoted in Magalu. KC 2015, The Keys to the Kingdom, Innovation, Intellectual Property, and the Wealth of Nations. Conference paper, at the high-level segment of the United Nations World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO Ministerial Conference. Retrieved on 2nd December from http://www.wipio.in/edoc/mdoc/africa/ompi_dac_15_ca_dak_15_ca_2.pdf. 10. LD, 2010, How can tertiary education deliver better value to the economy? New Zealand Conference of the Association of Tertiary Education Management in Auckland. Summary page, retrieved on 5th of December 2016 from https://www.educationcounts.government.nz/publications/80898/how-can-tertiary education deliver better value to the economy/New Zealand's tertiary education and skill attainment. https://www.educationcounts.government.nz/publications/80898/how-can-tertiary education deliver better value to the economy/New Zealand's tertiary. 11. Imiguali P.N.D. My Quest for an Internet Gulliver's Travels, a book that influenced me edited lecture. Retrieved on 12th of December 2016 from http://emigwali.com/discoveries/a-book-that-influenced-me_Gulliver's Travels_Philip_Imiguali.pdf. http://emigwali.com/discoveries/a-book-that-influenced-me_Gulliver's Travels_Philip_Imiguali.pdf. 12. Farlex Incorporated, 2016, Ethnos, meaning, The Free Dictionary. Retrieved on 21 St July 2016 from http://www.thefreedictionary.com/ethnos. 13. Galvin C., 2015, The Top 10 Most Competitive Economies in Europe. Retrieved on 22 August 2016 from https://www.weforum.org/agenda/2015/the-top-10-most-competitive economies in Europe/14. Goodreads, 2017, quotes about John Calvin. Retrieved on 26 https://www.weforum.org/agenda/2015/the-top-10-most-competitive economies in Europe/th March 2017 from http://www.goodreads.com/work/quotes/3997695 always reformed essays in honor of W. Robert Godfrey. 15. Part I, 1995, The Teaching of Luther and Calvin About Ordinary Work. 1. Martin Luther, 1483-1546, Evangelicals Quarterly 67:1. Retrieved on 28th July 2016 from http://biblicalstudies.org.uk/pdf/eq/19951_035.pdf. 16. Part I, 1995, The Teaching of Luther and Calvin About Ordinary Work 2, John Calvin, 1509–1564, pg 1. Evangelicals Quarterly 67:2. Retrieved on 20th July 2016 from http://biblicalstudies.org.uk/pdf/eq/1995 http://biblicalstudies.org.uk/pdf/eq/1995 2_121.pdf. 17. Part I, 1995, The Teaching of the Puritans About Ordinary Work. pg 196, Evangelicals Quarterly 67:3. Retrieved on 2nd of August 2016 from http://biblicalstudies.gospelstudies.org.uk/pdf/eq/195-3_195.pdf. 18. Part I, 1995, The Teaching of the Puritans About Ordinary Work. pg 196, Evangelicals Quarterly 67:3, quoting Tyndall W., 1848, The Parable of the Wicked Mammon. Volume 1, pg 102, Cambridge. 19. History of the Industrial Revolution. 2014, February 26. New World Encyclopedia. Retrieved 1317, August 2, 2016 from http://www.newworldencyclopedia.org/p/index.php?. Title equals history _the_industrial revolution and olded equals 978967 http://www.newworldencyclopedia.org/p/index.php. 20. Janda M. 2016, GDP, Economic Growth Beats Forecasts, Near Average Levels. ABC News. Retrieved on 22nd of August from http://www.abc.net.au/news/2016-03-02/GDP-economic-growth-data December quarter 2015/ BrainyQuote.com website. http://www.brainyquote.com/quote/quote/or/ BrainyQuote.com website. http://w Epilogue. Epilogue. References. References.